Play from the beginning, autosave data will be created. Yes. Save file created. Been working for a while now. A young girl descended from a generation of scavengers. She has come to New Nevia to complete her family rite of passage. Hello there, Mr. Google. How are you doing? Runebarrows discovered. World beyond your wildest dreams await you in New Nevia. All adventurers welcome. Based on what I heard at the inn yesterday, it shouldn't be too far now. Unless I'm lost. Yeah, sup? Good and me? I'm well. Hey, help me up, will you? I need a voice for this guy. What have we got here? Thieves? Bandits. They're all over the place, lately. You look like you can handle yourself in a fight, though. What's that supposed to mean, eh? I'm a regular, everyday trader. You often go around judging folks on how they look. Hold on, it's supposed to be. You often go around judging folks on how they look? Wow, sorry. Going after helpless traders, are we? Clear out, little girl. And you don't even have the decency to deny it. Can't just watch a man's property get stolen, can I? Goes against my principles. Well, come on then, cowards. I will take you for all you are worth. Okay. Defeat the bandits. Alright. Approach and attack incoming enemies. Although some fights can be avoided, occasionally enemies will block the path ahead. Always be ready for some action. Okay, so attack is X and jump is A. I see. And unique skill is right trigger. Alright. CJ unique skill. CJ can traverse a short distance at high speed. Quick step forward while in motion and backward while stationary. Time your movement right and you can use the skill to evade enemy attacks. Okay. Well, I killed them. Retreat. Not bad at all. Better than I expected for a young one. Hogan's the name. You only set my skin, how are you one? Hogan. Never one to miss a trend. Hogan was quick to notice the sudden influx of adventurers to New Nevea, and even quicker to set up shop at town's authorized trading posts. CJ, Honorable Scavenger at your service. Honorable Scavenger? How does that work? Well, scavenging is just treasure hunting, isn't it? Only difference between that and thieving is whether your mark is living or dead. Thieves think too highly of themselves though. That's what my clan says anyway. So scavenger suits you better, huh? You are journeying to New Nevea for treasure then, I take it? Sure am. What about you? Just left. picked up some trinkets and came here to sell them off. What about lances? Do they have lances? Yep, plenty of them too. I even heard of some lucky souls fighting rune lances down in them Barrows. Yes, I got to get down there now. That humongous lance is as good as mine. Which way to town? Now what kind of gentleman would I be if I didn't take you there myself? Least I can do after all. Alright, we are being led by Elizard. Back again already, Hogan? Wait, where is your escort? Bothered at the first sign of bandits. Paid good money for them too. Bandits again? A tougher bunch than last time. Someone got to do something soon. Look, we are just here to guard the checkpoint, alright? If you've got a complaint, take it up with the acting mayor. Yeah. And who is that little lady? Her name is CJ. She is what was it again? Honorable scavenger? Here to accept the acting mayor's generous invitation. And she's more reliable than you layabouts, that's for sure. Another reckless adventure willing to risk their lives? And a child at that? I will take this as a compliment, thank you. There is not a single member of my clan who has got their heads screwed on. Reckless fools, every one of them. Fair enough. Acting mayor will certainly be glad to hear that. Proceed. Back so soon? I'm quite sure I watched you leave just a little while ago. You won't believe what happened, Squash. My word. Well, at least you are unscathed. Thanks to this young lady, no less. Madame CJ, was it? Squash authorized appraiser. A pleasure to meet you. Squash, a concierge of all shimmers. The promise of glimmering future drew Squash to New Nevere to open his accessory shop. His discerning eye quickly earned him the role of the town authorized appraiser. Authorized appraiser? Indeed, it is my duty to appraise the artifacts excavated from the Barrows. What for? Why, to determine their value, of course. All artifacts found in the Barrows are subject to an explorer tax of 30%. Excuse me? 30%? You haven't heard the worst of it yet. If you want in to the Runebarrows, you're going to need an explorer license from the acting mayor. And the license don't come cheap. Ain't that right, Squash? I'm afraid so. This mayor sounds proper excuse me? Proper rapacious? I don't know. I'm not familiar with this word, if you ask me. Yep. Rapacious. No, Rapicautious. What was it? Rapicautious. I think it's another word for greedy. Rapicautious. Yeah, something like that. Yep, rapicautious. Yes, rapicautious is the word. Quite. Well, what's to stop me sneaking out the other side of the ruin anyway? Oh, I won't recommend that. you get caught trying to hightail it out of here with bag full of loot, well, you won't get very far. Mayor's hired an unsavory... Mayor has hired an unsavory from Eastridge to put a stop to any thieving that might occur. So I've heard at least. Rapacicious. Aggressively greedy or grasping from Google. Okay, so I know the translation, but I don't know how to say it. Rapacious? I don't know how to say it. Thieving that might occur, so I've heard at least. Okay. I've seen many crook dealt with in my day, but that mercenary is unnerving. I'm quite sure his presence is the only thing keeping those bandits from darkening on our door. Grrr. How about we go see the mayor for ourselves, eh? Even a precocious old soul can be reasoned with after all. Sounds like a plan. Lead the way. Right this way. The town is just ahead. Well then, perhaps next time we meet, you will have a handful of treasures for me to appraise. Until then, farewell. Here it is, a flourishing new frontier, in the grip of a gold rush. Welcome to New Nevea. Not much to look at, is it? Well, I did say flourishing, didn't I? Work in progress, eh? Is this an earthquake? I can't stand earthquakes. You're fine. It wasn't that. It wasn't even that big. Right. Anyway, earthquakes are pretty common here. Best be on your toes. Of course, it's thanks to an earthquake that we even found them Barrows. Real big one about 3 months ago. So that's what happened. Well, I best be getting back. Got a store to run after all. Or I will eventually. Figured I will make a buck or two by setting up a trading post for venturers to trade their wares. Mousy on by once I've opened up. Mousy on. Okay, interesting language. Wait, where can I find that mayor you were talking about? Town office in the plaza. I suppose, where else? Thanks, Hogan. Stay out of trouble now. Finger crossed, Missy. Finger crossed. Bye-bye. Now then, time to track down this money-grabbing mail. Okay. Alright. From the main menu you can check your current quest progress as well as your stats and items. A minimap showing your current location is also displayed on this screen. Okay. This bustling plaza is the beating heart of New Nevea, with townsfolk passing through it day and night. The town office sits at its center, where the bulletin board can also be found whenever CJ feels like helping the residents. Okay, cool. Can I speak to the lady? I cannot. I can go outside. Oh. Lock in. Speak. With my right bumper, apparently. This one? Okay, this one. Excuse me, any idea where a girl might find that precocious acting mayor I have heard so much about? Be cautious? How rude! Oh, lighten up. I just... Wait. It is not you, is it? I'm Aisha, the acting mayor of this town. Yes, I should very much like to know who considered me precocious, though. Aisha, having taken over as acting mayor after her father went missing, Aisha is responsible for the decision to open the quarry to adventurers and for taxing them for the privilege. Yeah, okay. Well, that's Hogan and Squash. Damn again. Perhaps the taxes are due for an increase. Sorry, guys. So, repercussions might have been a bit much, From what I'd heard about the mayor, I was expecting some old fogey. Not a charming young woman such as yourself. How old are you anyway? 16, what of it? 16 and a male, what? Same as me. I'm CJ, nice to meet you. An adventurer, I presume? Never judge a book by its cover. Never judge a book by its boots, as they say. We welcome all sorts here. CJ? Initials, perhaps? Prefer to keep your real name a secret, is that it? Enough about me. License, that's right. I came here to get an explorer license. An explorer license costs 100,000 bakwa, not a penny less. 100 bakwa? Are you mad, woman? Do I look like I've got that on me? I'm 16. Give me the children's fee, like the horse carriage in the city. Do you think me as Wait, what? Do you think me as dual-witted as that? Even your horse carriages considered anyone older than 12 capable of paying full price. You know your horse carriage, I will give you that. Fret not, we offer assistance to the financially enfeebled. Take this stamp card, collect enough stamps, and I will issue you an explorer license. A stamp card? The residents of New Nevea post odd jobs on the bulletin board frequently. Complete a task and that resident will stamp your card for you. So I have to help out around the town, is that it? In a nutshell, yes. Many were troubled considerably by the earthquake 3 months back. Help is in great demand and short supply. Piece of cake. Don't go anywhere, cause I'll be back for my license before you know it. Alright then. Collect stamps in this card by helping the townsfolk with whatever they need. Essential for acquiring an explorer license. No adventure in Univia can be without their stamp card. Okay. Main quest. First day on the job. Okay. Let's go speak to the kid. Also, we have the bulletin board apparently. Hello, don't suppose you know of anyone who needs help around here? I sure do. Really? Who? Me. Oh. Look, I would love to help you, but if it's not going to get my card stamped, I will have to decline. Stamp? Like the one the Mayor Isha gave everyone? I've got one, look. Wow, even you kids have them? With these stamps, adventure will perform any and all tasks you require. So use them and abuse them. That's what Mayor Isha said. Lovely. Repercussions might have been right on the money after all. Are you an adventurer too? Yep, call me CJ. What is your name? Freya. So, will you help me, CJ? I certainly will. What can I do for you today, Freya? Find Yum Yum. Yum Yum ran away from home and hasn't come back yet. Can't be having that now, can we? Is Yum Yum your little sister, brother? My cat. She's white and fluffy, and cute and cuddly. You want me to track down a cat? So much for treasure hunting, I suppose. She got startled by that quack earlier and jumped out of the window. She's still little, so it's dangerous for her to go out by herself. If she wanders outside the walls, she could be eaten by a monster. Oh, please find for me, CJ. Yum Yum is my most treasured friend. Treasured, you say? Well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it is finding treasure. I will have Yum Yum back to you in no time. Oh, thank you. I'll be right here, okay? Alright. So apparently we are looking for Yum Yum. Nothing much to see, okay. What about you? An outlander. Save your words. This used to be a quiet little village until you showed up. Nothing but nonsense, the lot of you. What is that eyes at last thinking, eh? No respect for tradition. Oh, she doesn't want my help. Ooh, never seen an adventurer like you before. If you find anything good, don't keep it to yourself, yeah? That old bag might not see the benefit letting you venturers in, but I do. Mining all we've got, after all. Especially now they've sealed off the Barrows. I don't know. What use would a mining town be without mine? Honestly, without a mine, honestly. Aisha might be a bit daft times, but she's right about this. What do you mean? Good is certainly, but daft? I didn't mean nothing by it. She's just, different from the rest of us. Okay. What's up, kid? You haven't seen Fluffy, white cat being cute and cuddly around here, have you? I have. Priya's cat, right? Yum Yum. Really? Where did it go? I pulled its tail and it ran off into the woods. Why would you pull a cat's tail? Why not? Nothing to do with an outlander like you anyway. Charming. She's only small. But wait, what? She's only small, so she will be gobbled up by a monster for sure. There are monsters all over the place since the mining started. Some of this English is very weird for me. I don't know if it's me not understanding it or something is a bit off. But okay. But yeah, he's saying that the monsters will eat her, okay? There will be no cats getting gobbled on my watch. I promise you, Freya will return. I promise Freya I will return her treasure. And that's what I'm going to do. I appreciate the info, kid. Could have done without the attitude, though. Yep, could have done without the attitude, that's for certain. You can now go to the town outskirts. You can now go from the town outskirts to the Great Forest. Okay. There are a variety of dungeons around the town, each rich with their own unique resources ready for you to mine. Since the earthquake, monsters have been sighted in greater and greater numbers, so proceed with caution. Cool. Alright. Let's see what the Great Forest is like. A large lush forest located just outside the border of Nunavut. While the area is rich with food, wood, and stone, the monsters which have gathered there since the earthquake have made it a dangerous place to be. Okay. A cat? No idea, sorry. Alright. A signpost. Save. Sure. Okay. Is that something, or is that just a very shiny flower? Okay. Apparently I can attack now. It said that oh, there we go. This is okay. This is what I was looking for. I see. So that's how you use that. Okay. I see. I see. Yeah, so far so good. A cat. Small, white, fluffy, cute. Yep. You must be Yum Yum. Ahem. Yum Yum. Who is a good kitty, yeah? Nothing to be afraid of. Please don't run away. That's an interesting way to hold the cat. Gotcha. Meow. What's a little angel like you doing in a place like this, eh? Let's get back to let's get you back to your family, shall we? I'm back. Look who I found. Meow. Yum yum. Okay. I was so worried about you, dummy. Cut her some slack, yeah? She had a bit of a scare and ran off into the woods, that's all. A scare? Oh no, I'm sorry, Yum Yum. At least you're not hurt. Don't go wandering off no more, okay? Meow. Thank you so much, CJ. As promised, here is my stamp. Why, thank you. And done. One stamp down. Huh. Plenty more to go. Say, Bria, you don't happen to know anyone else who might need some help, do you? Sure do. Really? Who's next then? My dad. Our house got all messed up in that big quake 3 months ago. Dad has been trying to fix it, but he never has enough wood. Do you think you can help him, CJ? Of course, leave it to me. Got to fill up this stamp card so I can get my Explorer license, you see? Can't expect it to stamp itself, can I? You're the best, CJ. So where is your dad anyway? We live just over there, in the residential area, district, I mean. Same thing. Got it. Bye for now, Priya. Bye bye. Okay. We got one stamp out of 1,000. Stamp received. 50 XP, 10. As your party accumulates experience, their level and stats will increase. Experience is gained by completing quests and defeating enemies inside dungeons. Okay, cool. You can now go from plaza to residential district. Okay, repair my broken house. Can I use that yet? Nope, still can't use that. The lifelong residents of New Nevea have their homes in this part of town. Acting more Isha also calls this place home. Acting mayor, not more, mayor. Acting mayor, Isha. Hello? Excuse me, don't suppose your peer's dead, are you? I am, and who might you be? Another adventurer looking for treasure? Yep, I'm CJ. Nice to meet you. I'm Ganesh. How exactly do you know my peer then? We just met in the plaza. I helped her to track down Yam Yam. Is that so? Very kind of you. So what brings you here to me? First said you'd been having some trouble rebuilding your home after that big quake, though I'd come by to... Thought I would come by and lend a hand. I see. And I suppose you are collecting stamps then, huh? Yep. I've only got one for now, so if there is anything you need help with, I'm your girl. I suppose I do have a small job you could take off. You do? Why not? Acting mayor got the right idea. As far as you adventurer go, if you are willing to work, who am I to turn you away? Right. Haha. So what is the job? I need to gather some wood for the repairs on my house. You will have to venture out to the great forest outside the town. That's all, no problem. I will go myself, but since the excavation, I've heard all sorts of creatures have been seen in the woods. Everyone here is far too scared to venture down and see for themselves. I had no idea the Runebarrows had caused so much trouble. Oh, you would be needing an axe then? Unless you plan on talking to the trees into coming down. Here, take this old one. Why, thank you. Thanks, I will be back in a bit. Take care. X level 1 received. With this item, you can cut down trees in forests and elsewhere to obtain wood. As you level up your axe, you will increase the variations of wood you can acquire. I see. Okay. I will get different variation of wood, yes. Healing potion level 1 received. Consumable items like potions and bombs are kept in your snowpack. If your snowpack is full, items will be held in your storehouse until you need them. Be sure to check your snowpack before venturing out. I see. Well, okay, there's literally nothing here. Okay, well, let's go to the forest and collect some wood, I guess. Is there something else before I go there? Nope, only the great forest, okay. There, I forgot to put potions in my stove bed. Learn from my mistake, kid. Stoke up before you head out. Yeah, fine. Let's save. Okay. Once enemies have been slain and resources gathered, they will not be available again until you leave the dungeon. If you can't find the resources you need, head back to your base and try again, after a good rest. A bag designed to store resources gathered in dungeons Wait, what? Okay, I see, it's saying resource bag. A resource bag is a bag designed to store resources gathered in the dungeons. Once you return to the city, its contents will be transferred to your storehouse. Once your resource bag is full, you will be unable to gather any more. Remember though, you can always throw away resources you don't need. Okay. Hello, I came to take your wood. Can break down. Flying enemies will be found inside dungeons. Jumping attacks are the best way to handle airborne enemies. Yeah, so far so good. I should really just get what I need and get back. Okay. Apparently we are not allowed to venture further. I think running is actually faster than that. Okay. Ordinary, readily available lumber. It's not the standard material around, but it will do for small homes. Alright, let's go. Okay. Hello, sir. I got your wood there. Oh, look, the kid is also. I'm back. I got what you need. I reckon. Actually, yeah, it should be read as reckon. Wonderful. Finally, I can finish fixing my house. You have my thanks. This house has been in my family for generations. It's my most treasured possession. Don't know what I would do if I were to lose it. My ancestors are probably rolling in their graves. You only help me out. You know? Here, let me stamp your car for you. Thanks, CJ. You're very welcome, Priya. Yum Yum is behaving herself, I trust. Meow. You are a good one. You are a good one, you are. You know, if all adventurers were like you, even my old man might come around. Have you got anywhere to stay while you are here? Nah, not yet. I guess I should go look for the inn. You won't find anything like an inn around here, I'm afraid. What? But then, where do all adventurers stay? The big tents down by Outlander Lane. Tents? Of course, I doubt there will be any space for another one down there now. Adventure has been pouring in for the last few months, all looking to strike it rich. Sleeping on the streets, I didn't expect that. If it's on the same to you, we have a little house you could borrow. The last tenants just left. Nothing fancy, but beats sleeping rough, I would wager. Ah well, I don't really have any money. You said that Bayer and me have a roof over our heads. The least I can do is offer the same in kind. No need for money. That's very kind. Really? Here, take the key. It is just down the tier. Have a look when you have time. Thank you. Another stair. Well, I guess this is my new house. How's the lodging done? Think they will do? Of course, but is it really okay for me to stay here for free? I said as much, didn't I? A man only as good as his word. If you don't mind though, I would appreciate it if you could help my father like you helped us. Your father? So Priya's grandfather? I'm happy to help out, but with what? Repairing the clock tower. Clock tower? You might have noticed a fallen pillar of rubble in the plaza. That used to be our town's symbolic clock tower. I've tried telling my father that we just don't have the materials to fix it. But do you think he would listen? Say no more. You need help, I need stamps. That's all there is to it. Thanks. Also, warn to the wise, my father can be blunt, to put it lightly. I don't doubt he will put his foot... Wait, what? I don't doubt he will put his foot in his mouth at some stage. But I would appreciate it if you just ignored him. No worries, I'm well used to dealing with old folks. Thank you. His name is Shiva. If you went to the plaza now, you'll probably find him. His name is Shiva? Like the goddess? CJ's home, away from home, and bases of her adventures. Resting here for the night will recover all your strength. You can save your progress at CJ's base or at any signpost. If you are defeated in battle, you will resume the game from your last save. Autosave data will update automatically. Alright. Let's go meet old man Shiva. As if we haven't added the bed already. Excuse me, are you Priya's grandpa by any chance? And if I am, what is it to a money-hungry outlander, I heard you could use a hand restoring this clock tower to its former glory. Me? A hand? Oh, I see. You think you can line your pockets by taking advantage of an elderly gentleman. Is that it? Well, you won't pull the wool over my eyes. Away with you. Whoa. That's not it at all. Bear's dad asked me to help you out.
That you isn't old son. Been flapping his gums to Outlanders now, has he? Stay out of this, Outlander. No one needs help from the likes of you.
But this is important, isn't it?
Of course it is. My ancestors built these when they first arrived in Old Never 150 years ago. A more precious treasure this town has never known. Of course it's bloody important.
Old Never? I thought this place was called New Never.
Old Never is a town our ancestors came upon. Abandoned it was, barely worth being called a town, so the story goes. So they built it up anew and called it New Never. This clock tower is a treasure testament to their vision for New Never. Pains me to see it in this state.
Can't have that then, can we? Lucky for you, I know a thing or two about taking care of treasure. You can keep your corn, good sir. A stamp will do just fine.
A stamp? Those things Doxa's girls sent around? It's a risky walk, but better and no good adventure take it on than any of us. Fine, get to it. You will need to go get Great Tree Bog from the biggest tree in the Great Forest. Off you go then.
How am I supposed to know which is the biggest one? Give me a hint or something.
Well, it would be the one furthest in, won't it? It's huge. Even you couldn't miss it.
Furthest in, huh? Okay, I'll be back. How many stamps do I need? Too many. You see the thing above my head right now? Like, you see that? That's how many I need. So if we count it, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need 30. We need 30 stamps apparently. Oh yeah, they told me something about potions, right? I mean, I have one potion. You are not carrying any item right now. Damn, that's a lot. Yup. Yup. I assume that we can change our weapon at some point, probably. I got wood.
Oh lordy.
Dear God. Okay. Well, let's get going. Let's go crack some wood. Let's chop some wood. I don't know. Let's become a lumberjack. I forgot to put potions. Well, not that one, it's fine. Alright. Level up! Okay. Okay, we didn't get past this area yet, so let's see what we have here. It's a lagoon. A very small lagoon. checking. Alright. Oh god, no. It's kind of annoying that I can't touch the enemies. There we go. Signposts. Signposts can be found at key points inside dungeons to give you information about where you currently are. At signposts, you can fast travel to any previous visited area within the dungeon. You can also save your game. So let's save again. Okay, before I continue, what's this? Okay, apparently I can't break that. Interesting. It's a kangaroo. Looking at something. You an adventurer too? Here for treasure? Sure, why not? What is that then? Looks important. That's just a rock. Don't look like an ordinary rock though. Wait, you haven't seen a big huge tree in your travels, have you? Nah. Guess it's further in then. Thanks anyway. Hold it, princess. Huh? What? The forest is crawling with monsters today. You go any deeper in, you might not come back out. Monsters? Carl. What kind of scavenger would I be if I let it put me off? Alright. What's that? I got sugar from the floor. Okay. Wild beardeds. Nice, another healing potion. That's good. I got some nuts. Okay, let's save. Yep, this must be the one, alright. That's a big tree. Which branch looks the best, huh? What the? A menacing boss lies in way deep inside each dungeon. Once they've been discovered, defeating them is your only means of escape. Watch closely and attack when the enemy reveals their weak point to deal major damage. Some stronger enemies, such as bosses, are protected by a shield. Until you have broken through the shield, the enemy will take no damage. Pay close attention to the enemy shield gauge, as well as their health gauge. Your stowpack is used... Stowaway pack, I guess, no, stowpack. Your stowpack is used to carry items such as healing potions and herbs, which you will need as you venture through the dungeon. If you find yourself in trouble against a strong enemy, check your stowpack to see what you've got. Okay. Oh! It's not so weak, it's doing a lot of damage. I will heal. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. All bark, no bite. Grade 3 Bouge received. A valuable material necessary for development of rune lenses. Some resources can serve as catalysts to create a variety of runes when combined with this material. Some items are more valuable than others. When you find a valuable on your travels, you won't be able to throw it away, but it won't take up space in your resource bag. Okay, cool. Is there anything else here? A big rock. And a treasure. Oh, can't do anything about that. Save. Okay, should I run back or should I just teleport? Yeah, just teleport. There is no reason to run back. This one. We got a bunch of items. Yep. One rune fragment. Cool. So let's go. Okay, let's see what the old man has to say. I'm back.
Let me see, yes, this will do, no doubt about it, Grade 3 Bouge.
You could have warned me, you know, about the big scary monster tree that attacked me soon after... that would attack me soon as it saw me.
Excuse me?
The tree fiend would have been nice to know in advance, that's all. I'm lucky he didn't pick branches off me. Branches off of me. Okay. This is a game with a bunch of pawns apparently.
Trifind? Impossible. The sorcerer. I warned them. I warned all of them.
You're right on them. Got a moment, not interrupting something we're not interrupting something, are we? Shiva, could you spare a few minutes? The precocious, rather brilliant acting male. What was that? Nothing at all, ha 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 ha. Excuse me? Shiva, this is Gocho of Outlander Lane. I believe you have met already, but allow me to formally introduce you all the same. Maybe I'm reading his name wrong. Goktiu. Sure, Goktiu. The smell of gold and promise of fortune drew the Sagacious? I don't know what is this word either. Sagacious? Sagacious? I don't know. Gokcho, no. Goktiu. Though the Sagocians Goktiu to Nunavut, where he quickly became the representative for the merchants and adventurer of Outlander Lane.
I see, and what brings you both here? I've got nothing to say to either of you.
Shiva, I know you and I don't see eye to eye on the Barrows. Still, I expect you to abide by my decisions. As such, must ask that you and the others objectors stop causing trouble in Outlander Lane. The stamp card system is going a long way towards building trust between us and the Outlanders.
Trust? You don't even know the meaning of the word. If you had an ounce of sense in your head, you would just away every last venture, out before it is too late.
Let's all try to stay calm, shall we? What exactly are you talking about? Too late for what?
The evil sorcerer's curse. He is in the Barrows, I tell you. He who suffered the wrath of the gods themselves. He was sealed for a reason. Mark my words, break the seal, and it won't just be fiends you will be up against. It will be much worse than that.
Now this sounds like an adventure. You can't put so much stock into those old fables, Shiva.
Fables, huh? So I suppose that expedition that went in wore fable to... Wait, what? So I suppose that expedition that went in wore fable to that, were they? You want our children to go through the too?
Attention mark. This town is on the verge of collapse. Mining is beneficial for our people and essential to Nineveh continued existence.
Exactly.
And what of your precious clock tower? Surely you could use some strapping young adventurers to help you rebuild it. Isn't that right, young lady? Huh? Me? Oh, well, yeah, that was the plan, sure. See? Honestly, Shiva, you embarrass yourself. I've got countless young folks who tell me every day just how hard they slave away for the good of this town and its benefits, and its residents. I'm blind. How long do you intend to hold out? Think of the effect it will have on your family reputation.
Fine. Please yourselves. Pay no mind to stubborn old men like me.
Wait, my stamp.
Oh, give it a go.
Alright. Quest clear. Nice. The cost of good manners. Where am I going? Speak with Aisha in the plaza. How goes the stamp collecting, CJ? Not bad actually. Seems someone told the townsfolk to use and abuse adventurers, so they've kept me busy. They've had me catching cats, cutting trees, a particularly problematic tree in one case, so yeah, not bad. A problematic tree? What do you mean? Elaborate. A tree-turned fiend. I should have to warn the townfolk to stay away from the woods. So Hogan wasn't exaggerating about your strength, I see. Yeah, well, when you're out of your home at 15, you either get strong or get in the ground. Ha 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 ha, such spirit. This girl could surely take care of the other matter, don't you think, Isha? I suppose she could. What other matter? CJ, I would appreciate your assistance in improving relations between adventurers and the townfolks. Oh yeah? How so? With Outlander Lane having long since reached capacity, adventurers have begun squatting in the residential district. The trespassing alone would be bad enough, but there has also been reports of fires and other shenanigans. So perhaps Grandpa may have a good reason to be upset after all. Manners are easily kept with a roof over one's head and food in one's belly. Unfortunately, this town does not yet have the resources to accommodate and feed Outlanders. As such, I'm sympathetic to their situation, more so than most. Teo and I have been planning to build an inn and a tavern on Outlander Lane. The location have already been decided, as have the proprietors. I would ask you to gather the materials they need, CJ. An inn and a tavern, huh? And you really think that's all it will take to make everyone get along? Money for the town and merriment for the Outlander. Not to mention the promise of a bed at the end of a long day in the Barrows. More adventures mean more artifacts. More artifacts mean more revenue. Everyone wins, townfolks and Outlander alike. Money makes the world go around, as they say. You're not wrong, I suppose. And it must be a real pain for the acting mayor here having them trespassers making trouble. Even troublemakers can change. Everyone deserves a chance to shine. People, not artifacts, are our most treasured resource. Trespassers? A treasured resource? I've heard it all now. Ha 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 ha. You're an odd one, that's for sure. Is there something on my face? Say no more. I will see to it. You will have all you need. I am in your debt, CJ. I suggest you meet with Rajiv, the innkeeper, and Sarita, the tavern owner, right away. They will tell you what they need. They're over there. Okay. I'm quite sure you'll find both of them around Outlander Lane as we speak. You can now go from Plaza to Outlander Lane. Alright. an isolated side street which has been allocated to the recently arrived adventurers. As the face of Outland Ravine, and having seen the opening of the Tavern Inn and various stores, Gochto, I'm just going to call you Gochto can often be found there. But let's speak to Sarita. Excuse me, is this a tavern? How many times do I have to say it? We aren't open yet. Go now, off you go. You won't get a drop until this place is good and ready. And spare me the puns, alright? If I have to hear people of New Nevea never give up one more time. You Nevea, shut up. More like. Now, shoo, enough nonsense. I'm not even old enough to drink yet. A child? Forgive me, pet. The thirst is upon these adventurers, so it is. Hungry, are you? I would love to help, pet, but the cupboards are bare at the moment. Oh, no, thank you. I came by cause the acting mayor and Gocho asked me to help you gather materials. Oh, did they say something would be coming? They did say someone would be coming to help. I wasn't expecting such a skinny little thing though. No need to worry about me, man. So, what do you need? Kitchens don't come cheap, bet. I would need lightweight lumber to make one worth cooking in. Leave it to me. Stay safe, pet. Take care of the tavern then just leaves Rajiv at the inn. Rajiv is just a little further down this road. Setting up an inn is going to be a task and a half, no doubt. Thanks for the direction. I will go help him out. There we go. Is this the inn?
Welcome. This is the inn, alright. Oh, it will be at least. Not yet, unfortunately, unless you fancy sleeping under all the trouble.
Actually, I'm not a customer, luckily enough. The mayor and Gocho and that Gocho fellow asked me to swing by and see if I could help you gather some materials.
Thanks, my lucky stars. Do you know, it has been one adventurer after another poking their heads in and giving me grief since I started setting up here. Was all set to venture out and get the goods myself, but I can't be in two places at once, can I?
You sound like you are run off your feet.
You can say that again. So if you wouldn't mind, some heavy stone would really get me out of a bind.
No worries, I'll be back before you know it.
Take care, I will be here when you get back.
When in and about the town, you can easily travel to locations that you have visited before. Simply hit the select location button and choose where you would like to go.
Okay.
Well, that's convenient. I don't need to run around all the time. I assume we are just going back to the forest. So, let's go to the forest. An active quest can be completed nearby. Follow the attention mark on your minimap to tick it off your list. However, undiscovered locations and ordinary resources will not be displayed. Okay, they do let me first travel even though I... Okay, I see, interesting. Well, let's just go to the entire thing. Just for the sake of it. I smacked it. It didn't activate. I'll just take a precaution and eat before they actually approach me. Okay. I need to use my dashes more often. I don't use them often enough. I still can't open that, whatever this is. Ooh, that's a big sword. Quick step forwards to sneak behind enemies. When used wisely, this can turn the tables on a tough fight. Okay, so we can dash to the enemy. Lightweight lumber received. Den bjuder. Heavy stone sealed. Obtained knots. Okay, we fight the tree again apparently. Let's go, tree boy. What's that? Oh, come on. I wonder if I can dash through that. Should probably try. Can't do anything about that. Weird enough, I can't dash and jump at the same time, so it's only dashing to the floor, I guess. Okay. How do I open the map? Okay, like that. So, according to the map, there are 3 areas I didn't go into. I know this one because of the rope. What is the other one? Okay, so this is the right one. I don't see a left one. So I assume that there is a pathway specifically from the other place. Like it's probably splitting to 2, somewhere below. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's just get out of here. Okay. Yeah. I should probably go rest after that. So I wanted to waste my healing potions. Here we are, just like you asked. So let's move the mic. You are some woman for... Wait, what? You are some woman for one woman pet. I don't understand. You are some woman for one woman pet. Maybe a hot meal and a pint will put some manners on that shower of eats. Of Egypts. 1,000 thanks. Here, let me stamp that card for you. Seems only right to let you have a say in the menu. What food do you would like, pet? Mega Katsukeri. There is spicy stuff. Mega Cats... what now? Katsukeri. Get some rice, have it swimming in spicy curry sauce, then top it off with a slab of deep fried pork. Rice? Curry? Pork? Is it? Not something I could just knock together. Can't have good deeds go unrewarded though, can we? Leave it to me, pet. I will see what I can do. Yes, can't wait. Okay, we got another stump. Oh. Yes. Okay. The tavern is preparing to open. Ogre horn received. Bring the right ingredients and Sarita will rustle you up something special. Not only will a full belly boost your stats a little, it will restore your health too. Shopkeeper's Reader. I'm back. Should have everything you asked for. Thanks, my lucky stars. Hopefully, now I won't have to turn anyone else away. I won't forget this young lady. Here, have a stamp. Do come and stay when we are all set up. I will make sure you are looked after. I'm all set for a room and board, thanks. Can't fit offer though. Is that so? And here I am having you haul materials around. No worries, a stamp is all the thanks I need. Now, you've definitely earned more than that. I will think about how else I could be of service. Feel free to pop by anytime, even just to say hello. I might just do that, thanks. Okay, step received. Another fixing session, yes. Okay. Level up. The inn preparing to open. Rest your weary bones in preparation for your next adventure at Rajiv's Inn. The large outdoor beds are said to improve your abilities for a day too. Innkeeper Rajiv. Report to Isha in the plaza. Okay. Okay, so the only thing I can make is this one. Apparently it increases my maximum HP. I'd rather keep my eggs for now, so I won't do that. Let's see, how many stems have I got now? 5! Does feel nice to see it filling up. Plus, the townfolk seems happy to have me around. Alright, got to go get more. What am I on about? I didn't come here to collect stamps. Phew, that was close. Almost got sidetracked. Wait, how many stamps did I need again? Still a lot of empty spots on this card. I don't have to fill every one of them, do I? All the good treasure will be long gone by the time I get this done. Better go as the acting mare girl. I helped her out with the inn and the tavern after all. Alright. I did what you asked. Helped get the inn and the tavern up and running. Is that so? Thank you, I appreciate it. Got a question for you, if you don't mind. Just how many stamps do I need to collect to get that explorer license anyway? Show me your card. Wow, 5 already. You know, you are only the second person to get this far without giving up. Second? Don't tell me everyone else paid the 100,000 bakwa. Of course not. Like I said, most just quit, and the ones that don't tend to resort to more roguish methods, bribery for example. You dirty lying. You said I couldn't get that permit for penny less than 100,000 bakwa. Yes, I did say that. Negotiations have to start somewhere. Hardly going to sell myself short now, am I? Besides, You're useful to have around, but I certainly can't see you becoming a member of our little community. I knew it. Repecatious was too good a word for you. Now, no need for name calling. Let's get you that explorer license, shall we? Really? Of course. Precocious as I am, I appreciate hard work. Here, you've earned it. Is this real? It is not some trick, is it? It's real, relax. Just to be clear, any bribes I may or may not have taken up to now were never for me, strictly speaking. Every coin went into maintaining this town. God knows we need it. Now then, I must warn you in advance, the town takes no responsibility for any adverse effect you may experience while mining. Any and all expenses associated with your survival must be paid out of your own pocket. Any artifact you find will be assessed by our authorized appraiser and taxed at 30% of their value. In the event that you are unable to pay in cash, we will collect the tax through the seizure of assets. Excuse me. Should you find cause to criticize this system, you are welcome to leave. I would suggest, however, taking a good hard look at Outlander Lane before you're doing so. There is, after all, a very good reason so many Outlanders have chosen to gather here. No objections, I presume. Sign here. I've already seen Outlander Lane, haven't I? You sent me there yourself. I know. I'm just reading what is written. Policy. You're an odd one. You are. There, signed. Pleasure doing business with you, CJ. Alright, time to find the treasure. The Runebarrows can be reached through the quarry, which can be accessed via the town outskirts. A word of warning, the earthquake caused a great deal of damage. I've heard reports of fiends lurking about. Please take care and ensure you're adequately prepared before venturing inside. Fiends in the quarry too? Might as well give him the keys to the city at this stage. Indeed. The ore in that quarry is New Nevea, only source of revenue. With the fiends keeping us from it, we can't even rebuild after the quake. Not to mention the Margrave has all but left us for dead. We are on the brink of financial ruin. Sounds like you've been having a rough time. To save the town, I made the decision to lure adventurers like yourself here with the promise of riches, bait if you will. Reprecatious perhaps, but it is the only way to save our town. Maybe don't use the word bait when talking about this, yeah? I implore you, CJ, please, for the sake of our town, lend us your strength. You don't have to tell me twice. Well, I have you though. I don't really have any cash on me right now, or ever. So about that mining tax, I don't have to pay that right away, do I? It would be easier if I could sell some stuff first. Relax. You're not the first adventurer to arrive with empty pockets. I have been looking into establishing a pawn shop. Oh? Is that what Squash meant when he said he was the authorized appraiser? Now, Squash will be selling accessories. He has made his intentions to do so quite clear, so I've entrusted the pawn shop to someone else. Once it is set up, the pawnbroker will see to the deduction of the tax from each and every sale. anyone who wants to sell will be taxed for the privilege, rather they like it or not. Well, that's a relief, I think. A lot of text. Okay, just a moment, please. There really is far more to do than we can handle by ourselves. Please do check the bulletin board from time to time, CJ. You'll be well rewarded for a full stamped card, I can promise you that. Is that right? You've certainly changed your tune. But yeah, alright. Besides, certainly couldn't hurt to have a few more shops around here. Well, if it is as much as for your sake as it is for ours, I trust you will do your best. You can count on that. I'm coming for you, treasure. Okay, finally. The town has a number of facilities, such as shops where you can bring resources to commission items and equipment. If you meet someone who would like to open a shop, helping them will expand the town's facilities even further. Fill one row of your stamp cards with 10 stamps and you will be able to be entitled to a reward. Head on over to Hogan's trading post to see what you can get. Alright. The miner, the merc, and the smithy. Side quest involve the creation of stores and other facilities. Completing this quest will develop the town and increase the type of or quality of the products and services available. Side quests involve providing assistance to the residents of New Nivea. Most of the town folks have complaints or requests they need help with. Do your best to help them all out. Townsfolk frequently post their requests or complaints on the bulletin board. It can be found in the plaza, right next to the town office, so make sure to check it often. Alright. Go fetch some rare nuts. Well, I have 4 nuts, so I must have enough nuts for you. Gather nuts in the Great Forest. This is the only time of the year those rare nuts fall off the tree in the woods. Seeing as I can't leave my paws, would you mind fetching some for me? Sure. How do I... I guess I just need to get the material and then I can just complete it. Alright. Are there any other quests in the field? Actually, hold on. Empowering waters and kill strands for 1 full day after baiting. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. No, thank you. Okay. Yes, let's end the day. One more time. Let's try to be careful with my HP, so I won't need to rest too much. I mean, I guess it don't matter. There doesn't seem to be like anything that actually monitors my days, so I can just rest how many times I want. Are you this CG person I've been hearing so much about? That's me, alright. My name is Manan. I've got a job for you if you're looking for one. I'm always looking, provided there is a stamp in it, of course. This is the exact time of the year that these nuts are particularly partial to fall off trees in the forest. Sadly, as you can see, I've been assigned to guard duty here and can't leave my post. You wouldn't go into the woods and get some of those nuts for me, would you? Nuts? Easy, leave it to me. Let me get them nuts for you. Let me get those nuts for you. Apparently I unlocked an achievement. Okay, it looks like items are not automatically being collected, so I need to actually go grab them. I keep on looking at achievements apparently. Okay. Level up. I wonder how I'm collecting shrooms. So far they didn't really let me collect any shrooms. Okay. I got my nuts. What? Okay, more nuts. Hello, tree. Okay, I can cut that. It's fine. And well done. Okay, let's get out of here. Uh-huh. Hello, sir. I've got your nuts. Here you go, some nuts as requested. Ah, perfect. These are exactly the ones I had in mind. We weren't kidding about them being rare, it wasn't easy to track them down. I don't doubt that. Thanks you again, CJ. Don't forget your steps now. Thank you. 500, that's more than the other ones. Alright. Let's go see if we have any other quests, if not we shall go to the quarry, I guess. Okay. Cave Veneros area rich with a large variety of ore is just waiting to be mined. Earth monsters prowl the tunnels which extends deep underneath the town, leading to the recently discovered Runebarrows in the depth within. Sure, I'd say. Let's see what's up. Never seen you before, guessing you're an adventurer here to get rich? Good guess, I'm CJ, nice to meet you. License? Right here. Looks in order? Give me a minute to open it up. You'll have to go pretty far in to reach the bones. The big quake really messed it all up. Tunnels are caving in left and right. Watch your step, you hear? An explorer license is necessary to gain access to the quarry. Once inside, a pickaxe is all you need to mine for resources and ore. Okay. Isn't my weapon a pickaxe? Healing potion or save. Nice. Oh. Oh, their level is higher, I see. I shouldn't tank it. Oh, come on. They are playing dirty. They are playing dirty. Also, can I go down here? Okay, that's a big rock. But apparently this is something. I do not want to touch that just yet. Should be back here in a second. Let's go check out the other area. Hello. Okay, I have to go over there. Wow. More aftershock? Oof, that was close. Blocked, huh? Maybe I could go around. No. Only way is up and over then. That didn't sound good. What the? It chipped my axe. Not going to find any treasure like this, that's for sure. Better head back to town. That was some aftershock, wasn't it? Were you alright? Of course I wasn't alright. This massive boulder fell from overhead and blocked off the path. I even chipped this blade trying to get over it. Blocked? Can't have that. People need to get in and out of there for work. I will go tell the acting mayor. Take care of things here, will you? What a mess. Rough start, eh? If it's a blacksmith you need, there is a good one back on Outlander Lane. A smithy? Really? That's perfect. Of course, he hasn't opened up shop yet. Then why even— never mind. I've got to get this fixed and fast. Okay. It didn't seem like I'd gotten anything specific to a mine. Alright. Oh, this is the guy that are like loafing around probably. Nothing to say. Okay. Since I don't see Shiva, I assume I'm just supposed to go over here. Hey, not Shiva. Isha. Oh, Aisha. Well, if it isn't CJ. How are you doing, girl? Sorry, Hogan. No time to chat. Oh, something's up? Chipped my axe in the quarry, so I have to track down the blacksmith. Well, talk about timing. That's supposed to be funny. Why that attitude, huh? The timing clearly couldn't be better. You come along with me, you will see. Are you listening to a word I'm saying? I heard you, but come on.
Trust me, you will be glad you did. I'm going to run one on ahead, but don't keep me waiting. Now, yeah?
Alright. And he's gone. Follow Hogan. Alright, here I am, as requested. What was all that about then?
May I present to you our one and only town blacksmith, Tykirou.
This is the smithy?
Sure is. When it's up and running, of course. Hogan tells me that you helped out down at the inn and the taverns. Don't suppose I could trouble you for a little assistance myself. Can't open shop until I got these foreigns fired up.
No problem. Need someone to fix my gear, as luck would have it. So what is it you need then?
Some iron ore, if you don't mind. You will find it down the quarry among the rubble.
Got it. I'll bring back as much as I can carry. Seems my holster axes aren't strong enough to hoist me over rocks in the quarry.
Come to think of it, I have an old pickaxe I used to use. It has seen better days, but should be enough to chip out a few chunks of ore.
Thanks, this is exactly what I needed.
I don't know about that. You will need something better to get the really good stuff. There are lots of folks looking to set up shop around here. Think I saw just one such fella in the plaza a little while ago. I would wager someone would be looking to sell pickaxes. Have them get on their feet and I'm sure they will give you what you need.
Got it. Thanks for the tip. Pickaxe level 1 received. With this item, you can break open rocks and mine the resources inside of them. As you level up your pickaxe, more resources will become available for mining. Alright. Let's go back to the plaza. So, where is that guy that mentioned? I guess he's not available until I finish the quarantine, probably. Yeah, I will. Okay, let's save. Okay, have a good rest, Guga. Thank you for dropping by. At least we got our license, I guess. Yeah, but have a good rest. I'm probably going to go for quite a while, since I'm trying to fix my sleep. Might even see you when you wake up. Okay. Excuse me, can do that? That's all. Okay, I still can't break the big rocks. Okay. Let us just go back. Can I teleport actually? No, cannot teleport. Alright. I'm just going to keep teleporting, I think it's more efficient. I'm back. This should be enough to get the phones going, right?
Wow, you've got an eye for the good stuff, Missy. The iron ore should do nicely. I owe you one. Here, take a step.
And then the fixing montage, yes. The smithy is preparing to open. Modify your weapons and armor to improve their performance. Here with new Nevea, resident smithy, Tykirou. Shopkeeper Tykirou. Yes.
Let's get the gear of your fixed up then, shall we? No charge of course, seeing as you helped me out.
Why, thank you.
Here you go, good as new.
Wow, it looks better than new. That boulder won't know what hit it this time.
Might want to think again, Missy. Rocks like this one down the quarry are likely to chip the thing every time.
What? But then...
Someone went and told the acting mayor about the rock blocking the path, right? Give it a few days and she will have it taken care of.
I can't wait a few days. There must be a way though. I just have to think harder.
Am I interrupting something? Well, she mirrors my skills.
The guy from the forest.
This is the smithy, ain't it? I've got a sword that needs sharpening.
Did you just pull that out of your pocket?
That's some piece of work, alright? Hand it over. So, it will be a real pleasure to get my hands on that. Need it done quick, mate. Garo, haven't seen you in a spell. How have you been, pal?
Garou. A mercenary turned adventurer drawn to the Runebarrows for the treasure therein. A fierce and formidable fighter who trusts only the sword in his hand and the coin in his back. Literally his back.
Busy.
Friend of yours?
He's a merc from my hometown. Never thought I would see him around these parts though.
A merc?
Hogan, tell the world and its mother, why don't you? Take it easy, pal. Just excited to see an old friend, that's all. What business you got with a sword like that? Don't tell me you're thinking of joining the town guard. Nope. Going down the Runebarrows. I need to figure out the voice for this guy. Well, if it is the Barrows you are bound for, you should tag along with CJ. Huh? Why me? My old pal is comically large sword will make short work of that boulder, I reckon. Alright. I got no interest in babysitting, alright? She don't even look toilet trained. Babysitting? I'm remarkably matured for my age. Everybody at home says so. Ask any of them. And I was toilet trained by 1.5. I will have you know. That's what my grandmother told me. So speak for yourself. Well, what is happening here? Something about a toilet train. Yes, something about a toilet train. That's right. Hey, knock it off. People are starting to talk. Are you touching the head? Don't you have an ounce of shame? Shame? Huh. Left that in my jewelry box. Back home. Doesn't suit me at the moment. Who's ever heard of a shameful scavenger? No one. Scavenger? Like a rat? More like a treasure hunter. She's just a little modest about it is all. This brat, a treasure hunter? Damn right. She said she's here to find a humongous lens. Humongous lens? What is that? It is mine. That's all you need to know about it. Besides, there ain't treasure around that my clan couldn't find. We've got a rite of passage back home. Can't go back until I find a treasure bigger than that of what my ancestors found. Out of the door at 15, not to return until I've got something special to show for myself. So I've been getting real good at scavenging, honing my skill. My pop, he pulled a massive raw lens from the belly of a fiend. So I have to find an even bigger one of the likes of which has never been seen before. Huh. A colorful bunch as expected. So this rite of passage then? You are doing it now? Yep. So I was right. Barely tolerant. Oi. We've already talked about that. Alright. Calm down, you two. No need to get so worked up. She may not look like much, but CJ here is real tough cookie. First time we met, I witnessed her a bit the stuffing out some bandits with my own 2 eyes. Really saved my skin. She won't slow you down. No. You have my word on that. CJ, huh? If I need the partner, and that's a big if, mate, why hell? Plenty of adventures around here, ain't there? What she's talking about, huh? Humongous lands? Easy, you should pick me cause there ain't no better treasure hunter around, that's why. Cocky, ain't you? Fair enough, partners. That's the spirit. So you'll be apologizing then, I take it? CJ has been toilet trained since 1.5. Nice and loud for everyone to hear. You what, mate? Come on, girl. You only going to let your pride get in the way of a good partnership? Chip in, ain't no shame in it. Chin up, no shame in it. Why should I have to? Fine. Have it your way. CJ has been torn at the train since 1.5. A bit louder, a bit louder. CJ has been torn at the train since 1.5. And once more for good measure. CJ has been torn at the train since 1.5. I'm not going to shout. And again. Oh my god, please no more. Now, that's all cleared up. I'm CJ. Nice to meet you, Garo. Sure. Well, at least you two are finally getting along. Here. Your sword is good to go. Thanks. Think we have wasted enough time, don't you? Come on. Lead on. Garo joined the party. Okay, let's see now. Party member. Inside the dungeon, different characters can perform useful actions. Switch between them when necessary. Normal mode, attack button. Simple mode, character switch button. I see. Attack with CJ is X, attack with Garo is Y, jump is A, and unique skill, okay, I see. Occasionally, the path ahead may be blocked by large boulders. Garo Greatsword can make short work of them, so smash on through and keep adventuring. Switching characters at exactly the right time after landing an attack will trigger a powerful link attack. In simple mode, link attacks are triggered automatically by consecutive attacks. Time it right to deal a huge amount of damage. Normal mode. Battle with full control of a character. Attacks in this intense action-oriented mode. This can be changed at any time in the game setting menu. Simple mode, let your button make the calls, and this one button attack mode. For players who want simpler experience. I see. I'm just going to take normal. Partners? Trouble in the quarry. Okay, so... he's just going to hop behind me. So let's go to the plaza. No, plaza. Hello. What to do? What to do? Something the matter? Ah, oh, it's you. Meh, not like you or anyone else can do much about it anyway. First the quake, then the monsters that invade the forest, and the quarry soon after. Galdeha won't be far behind. Easy picking for the Empire, well. What with the mayor missing and Magava Mulka having all but given up on us. Even if some of us can make a run for it before the Empire invades, we will need plenty of rations. Mushrooms will be good. They'll last a long time, easy to prep too. I wouldn't dare set a foot in the woods now though. I can head down to the woods if you want, just mushroom, right? You would do that? Thank you. My name is Nazca. If it is a stamp you need, I will see your guidance repelled. Leave it to me. Here, take this book. It's Mycology Primer. This will tell you which mushrooms are for eating and which ones are for leaving be. Alright, mushrooms can be pretty dangerous sometimes, huh? Wish me luck. A beginner guide to mushroom foraging. With this item, you can identify different types of mushrooms as you find them within the dungeons.
They can be used to make cuisine. Alright. So, is there any other quests? Suiting a singer's sore throat. Well, I have enough. My throat is in poor condition and I fear I will not be able to sing. If I had nectar from a specific flower, I could make medicine. It says Outlander Lane. How was there a second ago? I didn't see anyone. Cough, cough. Are you alright? Ah, you are the songstress. From the tavern. Jen. Or Jane. Jean? Jean, ain't it? Kind of you to remember my name, Garo. Sorry I haven't been able to sing for you recently. I've hurt my throat, you see. I can't even fathom singing in this condition. Have you been hanging around the tavern, Garo? What? That's what grown-ups do, mate. You will understand when you are older. If only I had that potion. A potion? A guest at the tavern, an adventurer presumably, fetched it for me once, made from the nectar of a flower. My throat was in superb condition that day. Oh, if only I had the nectar now. You heard the lady, CJ. We've got to get some of that nectar. What's gotten into you? Jean, is this the nectar you wanted? Why yes, it is. I can make that potion with this. Thank you, CJ. And Garo, of course. Oh, stop, hehe. I shall take the stage tonight, after all. Allow me to stamp your card for you. I have so much singing left to do. Stamp or save. Nice. Okay. Let's go back. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Can I upgrade my weapon already? Definitely I can, yeah. This doesn't cost anything. This costs all. But I guess it does cost a bit of purple. Sure. I don't want to spend all of my money right away, so I'm not going to upgrade the armor. Okay. Oh, hello, Mr. Lowe. Yeah, playing this game. You've been curious about it. What is my review so far? It's rather easy. So if you're looking for like an easy game to go through, this one seems like a good choice. The only complaint I will have about the game so far is that sometimes my character is locked into running for some reason, but that might be something about my controller, because you know sometimes my controller acting up, so that might be like something about my controller. But other than that, it seems like a good game. A bit on the easy side, because it's more like a casual game. But yeah, it's good. One more time. Like it's not too intense or anything. It's not like Ace or like Odin Sphere. Even though the art style, it's very similar to Odin Sphere. Well, Odin Sphere is probably better, but like playstyle is very familiar to Odin Sphere, I guess. Ever played Sukidon or Sukidon? No, I haven't. It's on my list. It's on my list of games to play. I need to play them. It's on the list. My endless list. Same creator? Is it? Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we need to go collect some mushroom first. I don't know who the creator is, but I know that the publisher is 505 something. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I don't think so. Probably not. At least when I'm starting, yeah, when I starting the game, like the title screen shows like 505 or something. I didn't pay attention too closely. But I assume it's the publisher because the name seemed familiar at the very least. There we go, we got some shrooms. Come on. Okay, let's explore the area below us first of all. I see. Okay. It don't tell me. Okay, so this is how it's working. I see. I see. Okay, so this is the end of the road for this side. Okay, so we can't break that, whatever this is. I should finish what I started before I venture any further. Okay, apparently this is something I will need to do later, I guess. Okay, more shrooms. I think I'm full. Resource burn. Okay. Well, I can probably throw away the stone wood. Okay, I don't need to throw all of them, I just need to throw a couple of them. Okay, there we go. Same writer, I mean, Yoshitake Moriyama. Can't say that I'm familiar with the name, but I mean, I am not familiar with most character names, so you know, I have this issue. It's an issue that comes with an old age, called not remembering. Okay, my bag is full. Let's drop some more lumber. Okay, let's go find the tree. No storage? Not that I can. Well, there is storage in the town. Basically, there is a limited bag when you are traveling, and there is a bag for like storage. You see, like this is what I have on me, and this is the storage. I wish I could transfer things away, but I can't. At least not from the look of it, like they don't give me the option, so... Yeah. I need a bigger bag. It's like Harvest Moon all over again. Too late. Okay. Strength ring, level 1 received. Can I wear it? I can. Okay, nice. What's the beast man's name? You mean my kangaroo? His name is Garo. Garou or Garou. You can see the name at the corner of the screen. So like if you see it the top left side. My female is CJ and my kangaroo is Garou. G-A-U? No, G... Yeah, Garou. Garou. Fishing? Why hello there, yes. There are areas in dungeons where fishing is possible. Fish that you catch can be used for cuisine and other items. It goes without saying, but you will need a fishing rod for this. You don't have a fishing rod. Okay, well, we should come back for that. Okay, I got my loot. You want the main game? What do you mean the main game? Like the Chronicles something? I got the mushroom you asked for. Well look at this. This should be enough to last us the trip to the next town. Over, will it come to that? I better start sundering these fellas to preserve them. Wait, you said there will be a stamp. Oh, I did, didn't I? Here you are. Stamp received. Okay. Eiyuden Chronicle's 100 Heroes. It looks so much like Zikuden. But I think it's not released yet, right? I think I saw the release date is like next year? Unless I'm mistaking that with another game. I think I saw it not being released yet. But I can't say for certain. Next year, okay, so I wasn't wrong. Okay. Profound sadness. It will come out soon enough. I will keep them balanced. So. Okay. Okay. Got everything nice and upgraded. Alright, let's go to the quarry. You again? The road's still blocked, you know. Won't be for long. Garrow here is going to clear it up for us. Well, that will get us out of the bind for sure. You have an explorer license, Garrow? Here. That will do. I will just open her up. So, did you have to go around getting stamps too then? Do I look like some kind of stamp collector? You would want to have bricks for brains to waste time on that. I see. Hahaha. You see what? You don't know? Don't think I'm the one with bricks for brains. You forked out 100,000 bakwa for it, didn't you? As if. I've got this magic part, don't I? Magic? So that's how you could hide that massive sword in it. Where did you get something like that? Ah, this one thing. Got it from some old blue fireball. Not important. Pretty handy for carrying gear around, especially if you are camping. I've never heard of anything like that before. Still, got a lot to learn about the world, I suppose. Let's get a move on, yeah? Okay, let's save. So wait, what is actually the difference between this one and Chronicles? I mean, you said it like the main game, so isn't this one the main game, or is that like a spin-off? Like why do you call Chronicles the main game? Strike first, win first, magical cutie missile. What the? Who's there? Stay back, scoundrels. You've come face to face with new Nevia's very own guardian peacekeeper. Guided by the rune's holy light, it is I, Meleo, ardent defender of love and justice. It's a magic girl. Meleo, a magical girl who has been waiting patiently for her turn to make it big. As it turns out, magical girls are highly sought after as adventuring partners. Oh, okay. Huh? And you go around defending love and justice by blowing holes in the walls, do you? What are you? Oh crap! What just happened? Beats me. Last thing I need is another brat to babysit. What was that? Nothing at all. Oi, you two alright? What happened? What was that noise? This girl just appeared out of thin air and fired some sort of magic at us. We dodged it, but it hit the wall. She what? Oh crap. but there is a hole in the bulwark. We have to close it up or monsters will reach down. What a pain. Anything we can do to help? Hey, if you're feeling generous, keep me out of it. We have to see to it that things don't make it to the town folks. Sorry to ask, but would you mind fetching the materials we need to fix this? I think we could fill it up if we add some stone. Alright, I will have a look out. Some scavenger you are. Don't forget why we are here. No, wait, did you forget why we are here? What about it? The Mongos lands, eh? You happy enough to just let some other jelly-legged Joey get their hands on it first? No, but what about Briar and Yum Yum and all the other townsfolks? Can't just let the fiends run loose, can we? Fine. We will take a brief detour. And I put emphasis on brief. You're not carrying any resources right now. Mine's still in the Great Forest. Funny enough, I had a bunch of stone earlier. I dumped it all. God damn it. Who knew that stone is going to be important? Easy peasy. Well, now the amount of damage they do to me is actually quite sad. I found a rare stone. Okay, so according to that I'm out of space. I want to test something. So I'm going to ignore that. Looks like they are respawning, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, so should be here, I believe. Okay, I can go this way. Okay. Let's get out of here. Got what I needed. I probably shouldn't dump items, I should just go to the beginning like that, if I have the chance to. This way I won't have to do what I just did. We're back. Think this is everything we asked for. You are a lifesaver. Here, have a stamp. Did you really do all that work just for a few stamps? And what if she did? Good way to protect the town and see to it guards get their dinner. You've heard about the sorrow, I'm sure. If something like that were to happen again, our jobs will be the first on the chopping block. So, what is that? You don't know? A rune golem laid waste to the town. As the story goes, well, before us mercs got here, mind you. A rune golem? Those things that protect the Runebarrows? You've seen one yourself? Never heard about them for my folk though. Apparently, a bunch of townfolk volunteered for an expedition down the Barrows a long time ago. Got attacked down there. Some of them managed to escape and rustled up a search party. When they went back in though, no one else had survived. The mayor led the whole thing himself. To this day, is the only body unaccounted for. Mayor, so the current acting mayor is Aisha. She is his daughter. Lost her father to these Barrows, she did. She's only young, but already you can tell she knows what's what. The bulwark was all her idea. Few people wanted to go back in to find her dead, but she wouldn't have it. Prioritized the good of the town over her own family. That's one way of looking at it. Could be she's just cold-hearted. I'm sure it wasn't the choice she made lightly, ain't? Yeah, forgot I said that. Alright, clear off. I'm going to shut the quarry down for now. What? Why? Got to seal this up, don't we? You can come back tomorrow. I'm starting to think I will never get into this place. So this is it for today, huh? First thing tomorrow morning, be ready. I will meet you at yours. And I got my 10 stamps. Girl, wait, what do you mean be ready? I know I look small, but me and these Honster exes have come a long way. We are always ready. You only are a baby, aren't you? The smithy can make your weapon and armor stronger, yeah? Can I assume you at least know that much? But strength ain't everything, mate. A weapon shop and an armor shop will have upgrades that will make it easier to move about. With upgrades like that, you can fight better, explore further, all sorts. How much better? How much further? Better you just see for yourself, mate. I didn't see any stores like that back in the town though. Not yet, but I heard plenty of folk have been down around Outlander Lane looking to set up shop. I mean, if it is all really as good as you say it is, come on then, let's see who we can find. Find someone looking to open a store on Outlander Lane. Alright. Hello? Can I help with anything? I'm missing home. Bertrand. You there, adventurer? Are your weapon giving you any trouble? I've got a name, you know, CJ. As weapons, I wouldn't be opposed to any upgrades. If someone was kind enough to offer... Hahaha, that's what I would like to hear. Just as I suspected, this town is in dire need of a weapon shop. I am Bertrand, knight of great renown, with the keenest eye for weaponry in the land. Perhaps you have heard tales of my bravery when in service of the Margrave. Countless warriors fell before my might. One such encounter with the encounter with the general of a great nation was particularly unforgettable. Our swords clashed endlessly, but soon, his blade shattered into shards. Only a swordsman with a keen eye for weaponry could have. Bertrand, was it? Listen, I'm kind of in a hurry, so if there is something I can help you with... yes, of course, excuse.
I'm looking for the acting mill. I need permission from her to establish my shop after all. Do you have any idea where I might find her? The old Aisha is usually pretty easy to spot. I will track her down for you. Okay. Is there anything else here? Nope. I need water. My throat is starting to close on me. Was she in the other place? There she is. Aisha? Ah! Oh, it's just you, CJ. Do you need something? Not me, there is a guy who is looking to open a weapon shop. He needs to run it by you first, apparently. Ah. I had a feeling it was him. Okay, understood. Please tell him I will meet him soon. I have actually already spoken with him, or rather he spoke at me. I lost half my afternoon waiting on him to get to the point. I'd heard he would return today to discuss opening a weapon shop, so I decided to keep myself busy elsewhere. You only have to lighten up, Aisha. Okay. So let's go back here. I found Aisha and let her know you were waiting to see her. You have my thanks. To think I could be aided so valiantly by such young lady. Have I told you how when I was young I was rescued by an elvish maiden of rare beauty? Okay, I've got lots to do, so if you wouldn't mind stamping this card for me, I'll be on my way. Oh yes, of course, here you are. Stamp receipt. The weapon shop is preparing to open. Level up. The weapon shop. Upgrade your weapon by making them more lightweight and easier to use. Unlocking new attacks in the process. Shopkeeper Bertrand. So this is a weapon upgrade. Upgrade your weapon. Improvements in weight and grip will make your attacks more versatile. How is that different from the blacksmith though? Right now it says I'm doing 59. This is technically less, but it unlocks another combo. Okay, let's just do this upgrade. Okay, hold on. Wow, you weren't kidding. I feel like I could do magic trick with these things now. So what's next then? Armor, right? Wow, that's much better. Easier on my wrist too. I should give them a good name. All Threads. Seems like a good name to me.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just going to keep this in. I don't know what's the deal with that. Okay, let me see now. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's the deal with that because it doesn't show me the... It does say alter XS, but... I assume it's keeping the upgrades that I do with the blacksmith to the new weapon. And it's like showing me the base strength of them. But it won't make sense to not have the new ones listed there. It didn't do that, so... Sure, let's also do this one. Now that's what I call a reveling tanuki. Feels only right to give the good name. Sure. Holding the attack button will allow you to charge your power and unleash a charge attack. While powerful, you will be vulnerable to attacks while charging. Use with caution. I see. You are CJ the scavenger kid, aren't you? Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm Frida, hoping to be the owner and operator of this town's official armor shop. Little Isha was kind enough to let me have this place, but well, you tell me, kind of a fixer-upper, wouldn't you say? Frida, a lively, likable, high-spirited armor drawn to New Nevea for its potential as a vibrant new town. Likely, the adventurers were in need of an armor when she arrived. Little Aisha, well, yeah, looks like a lot of work, alright? Right, so I've been thinking about a big color change. Problem is, I'm not sure where to get my hands on paints. Yellow, pinks, you know, bright and cheerful colors. Couldn't get them in the city, though. I thought about searching the Great Forest, but that's no place for a lady like me. Paint? In the Great Forest? I don't know about that, but I'm happy to take a look for you. Well, rumor has it, there might be somewhat mysterious stash somewhere under the caves. Under the caves? Probably on the other side of the giant rock, maybe. Okay, so we got another quest. Let's go back to the Bloodline. Say, you're CJ, aren't you? I am, who is asking? Navia is my name, and I have something I need some help with. I need you to go grab me some peace belts. I could do that, sure. What for? I would like to make some warm clothes for the colder seasons. It gets mighty cold down here on account of the winds from the snow peak. There will be plenty of people looking for warmer clothes come winter. You will see. Sounds important. I'm on it. Okay, we got another quest apparently. Any other ones? Okay. Okay, so let me see. I would like to make some Great Forest. Find point in the Great Forest. Okay. Let's go. So let's save. Okay. I'm not sure exactly where I'm supposed to find what they want me for, so I guess I'm going for everything again. But actually I do know where they want me. They want me to just go down the mine area. I think I should have enough slots. Can always go backward also, so should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. Some shroom. Okay. The place for the mention must be just ahead. Okay. Okay, so not dead, so which area do they mean? Oh, is it the area that they didn't want me to go into? Probably. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that'll come. I see. It all makes sense now. Critical bomb tracé. I didn't imagine I just got an item that's supposed to be an accessory, right? Oh, maybe I did imagine that. There's something there. Time to clean out. After successful link attacks, it will take time for them to become available again. Listen closely for the recovery alert sound. Potion, bombs, and medicines provide healing effects, and time-limited buff to the entire party. These buffs do not stack, and only one item can be active at a time. Okay, I see. Before I do that, I'm going to go back to the beginning real quick. Because I'm about to run out of space. Okay. Ouch. Okay. I really need to figure out how to use my dashes properly. Paint received. Nice. Okay. Okay, so let's just go back. Now I'm going to do the tree again. Yeah, I can just teleport there, right? You're right, there was paint in the Great Forest. Seems like someone was using splashy colors to mark areas in the cave. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. We will make a stylish stores of this old dump yet. Wait, you do have a stamp, don't you? Oh, I almost forgot. How rude of me. Here you go. Stamp received. The armor shop is preparing to open. Herbs received. Thank you. Increase your freedom of movement, your defense, and the amount of actions you can perform by upgrading your armor at Frida's armor shop. Okay. Wow, it's so light. I could do backflip in this. Now you are ready, mate. It would be nice if we could get some potions and stuff. Well, Tatar did say there were a lot of people in the plaza who are looking to open stores. Who knows what they've got to offer? Until we go and speak to them, I suppose. Give yourself an extra boost mid-air, use this skill to reach and explore areas that were previously inaccessible. Attack and jump. Go unique skill. Enemy attacks can be neutralized. Use this skill to your advantage in combat. Okay. So, Plaza. Apparently I didn't finish our quest. But I killed the wolf. Apparently it wasn't good enough to get its pelt. Excuse me, miss. Could I ask something? Huh? Me? You look a little thirsty, you see. Would you care to try a special beverage of my own creation? There is something odd about this guy. How about this? Just try it. Try just once. Run one lap of the town and I will give you a stamp when you get back. A stamp just for that? That's mighty nice of you. I think we have a deal. Hahaha. Yeah, drink up. Once you're done, why don't you try running over to the edge of the residential area? After that, head on over to Outlander Lane. Let's see how fast you can run. Okay, sure, I'll be back. Hehe, I've still got it. Where was I supposed to go next? Out in the lane? Can I just teleport down? Huh? Was this place always here? Is this a second street? Better go find out. An expansion of Outlander Lane allocated to deal with the never-ending influx of adventurers in the town. The Apocalypse and other stores can be found here, as well as a colorful bunch of individuals with interesting pastimes. Wow, where did all this come from? Nice occasion, right? This is my apothecary. And you are my very first customer. That drink was one of my homemade potions. So that's what that was about. I did feel stronger after drinking it, alright? Sure did get some funny looks when I was running though. Of course it did. I told everyone to watch out for their favorite adventurer, saved from the brink of exhaustion by yours truly. What? The brink of? Is that why some of them were crying? Poor hard-working adventure girl. If only there was a cure for exhaustion. Well, now everyone knows there is. Mine. They will be lining up for miles to get their hands on the stuff. Come along now, and I will get you a stamp. How dare you? Okay. Stamp yourself. Slime jelly received. Problem. Stock up on healing medicine and all manner of fortifying bombs here at the apothecary. I think I have enough healing potions. I'm good. Oh, apparently they are forcing me to make a potion. Okay. Guess I can make one. Alright, I think we are finally ready to go. Tomorrow it is already late. Tomorrow it's already late. I should get some rest. The quarry will still be there tomorrow. Quest plan. Catch that girl. Hi there, little lady. Little lady. I've been thinking about setting up a business here. Oh yeah? What kind of business? What kind? What kind? The profitable kind, of course. I've heard real good things about you, little lady. I've got quite a reputation around here. You've got quite a good reputation around there. Oh, I don't know about that, hee. Well, I would like you to do some market research for me. Ask around and find out what the people of this town, of this fine town, needs. Sure, I can do that. You okay there? You look lost in thought. Oh, hi there, actually. I would like to open up a pawn shop here. So I went to Gotcha to ask about the procedure and all. Well, pawnbrokers need good taste and better eyes if it is not for everyone. Options are like agendas. Everybody got one. So appraisals are never alright. Are never airtight. I didn't pay attention. A good pawnbroker knows how to think outside the box. Not just about the trinkets inside it. I can't approve pawn shop until I see if you've got what it takes to keep its light on. Bring me something worth exactly 100 bakwa, and you can have your pawn shop, he said. Exactly 100 bakwa. It is the exactly that's the hard part. Well, that and dealing with Gotcha. Or Gotcha. Say, wouldn't you mind helping me out? Would you? Exactly 100 bakwa. Gotcha is definitely up to something. Sure, I will take a look around and see what I can find. You okay, Hogan? You look stressed. Wait until I tell you, CJ. You won't believe the report I just got. Someone spotted one of the treasure chests them no good bandits took from me. If I could get that back, I would have all I need to open my store. Treasure? Leave it to me, Hogan. You would do that for me? You would really get me out of this bind, CJ? For what I can gather, it was seen abandoned in the woods somewhere. The woods got it. Anyone else? Anyone lost their cat or something? I can find another one. Oh, we have this guy. Squash, what are you doing here? Why, this is my accessory shop. Here I was preparing for my grand opening when, would you believe it? I realized that I'd misplaced my appraiser's spectacles. These I'm currently wearing cannot be trusted to gauge glimmerings of any given artifact. Fashion over function, you see. That sounds like a real pickle. A pickle indeed. A particularly sore one at that. I cannot possibly open for business without those spectacles. I don't suppose I could trouble you to look around for them on my behalf. I'm quite sure they are in town somewhere. Sure, leave it to me. I will do just that. Just to cover my bases, I'm going to look through here. And if it's not there, I'm going to back out. Okay. Okay. So there isn't any things to click on other than the one guy I saw, you know. Say, if you were starting up a business venture, what would it be? I would sell pickaxes, probably. With the quarry getting so much attention, it seems like a safe bet. Pickaxes are interesting. Let's count to find what business would be profitable. Okay. UK, you look kind of sad. I found some odd-looking glasses on the street area, so I put them on and looked under a rock. There were a whole lot of bugs, they looked huge and were all shiny and slimy. Bleh. Glasses? Shiny? Don't suppose you would let me take them off your hands, would you? Gladly, you can have them. Thanks. Okay. I didn't print once. It's fine, don't print them. Lovely day for a treasure hunt, if I do say so myself. I'm getting into the Barrows today, no matter what. Admiral... Admiral. Admirable enthusiasm. Admirable enthusiasm. But you might want to reel it in a bit. Oh, morning, Garo. And Gotche. Or Getchu. Something the matter? I just came by to thank both of you for helping with that little incident at the bulk work yesterday. What is it to do with you, though? Well, if the townfolk heard that Outlanders burst open the bulwark and fled the scene, as the face of Outlander Lane, the bug would stop with me. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Thanks to you two. Must be tough being responsible for all us Outlanders. You can say that again, so, though, in fact that I could really use a little help with something. Oh yeah? Help with what? If you run into Melor again, bring her back here to me. I told her to apologize for what she did, but she ran off into the quarry and hasn't been back since. Melor, the girl who attacked us with magic? You want us to bring her here? I certainly do. You will be well compensated, of course. Might even be a stamping for you. A little bell told me you are something of a collector. Well, deal. I will keep an eye out while I'm treasure hunting. That sounds like a deal to me. I had a feeling you would say that. So dinner is on you next time, yeah? Small price to pay. I'll be on Outlander Lane. Come find me when that girl sees sense. Okay. A chest with 100 backward sale. What? Why is there a random chest? Okay. That seems suspicious. A chest with 100 backward. Randomly. Okay. So let's go then. Were those the spectacles you were looking for? The very ones. Simply impossible to discern dispersion in tiny gemstones without spectacles such as these. With these, the preparations for my grand opening are complete. Allow me to stamp your card for you. Stamp for sale. Social open, 500 backbone. Enhance your abilities with a variety of beautiful accessories ready to be equipped. Shopkeeper Squash. Let me see what you got, buddy. I see. I need to get all, for the most part, from what I can tell. Increase the rate to which enemies drop resources. That might be good. Increase the likelihood to receive a higher number of resources. Increase the likelihood of mining high tier stone and ore. Might be worth to get like these things, but for now just leave it alone. Well, actually, I can probably shove a couple of them on the other guy, right? I need to get more stone, but whatever. Changing characters' equipment can offer a range of benefits, such as enhanced status, luck, and many others. This can be done by navigating through the main menus as follows. Start equipment, selecting... Okay, so you get that. You get that. Did you find something? Where is it? Where is it? I sure did. In this treasure chest. This is just money? I can't appraise this. Yep, there is 100 backward in there. There is what? Look, Gocho is a weird guy. I think he set this type to test you. You've been looking for something you can value at 100 backward, but I don't think Gocho ever said anything about that. Oh. I mean, he said it himself, right? Appraisals will vary from person to person. No such thing as an exact one, is there? A good pawnbroker knows how to think outside the box. I think this is what he was getting at. You are right, genius! I will take this to him right away. Oh, before I forget, here, take a step. Thank you. Pawn shop is preparing to open. Let's see what you got. I see, so basically it's like material trading for stuff. Okay. So, what are the quests that I have left? Quarry. I need to still ask around people, apparently I didn't find everyone. Great Forest. Great Forest. I didn't see this guy before. Say, if you were starting up a business venture, what would it be? I've heard there is a lot of money in setting traps. Doesn't sound like tough work either. Traps, hmm? Okay, that's a second guy. Let's just walk to the entire thing. Say, if you were starting up a business venture, what would it be? Do you know about the canal in the woods? I've heard the fish that can be found in it would go for quite a bunch of bakwa. Seriously? I'd love to try it myself. Don't need a fishing rod though. A lot of ideas, not a lot of consistency. Report to Philippe. Let's go report to Philippe. I asked around for you, but the thing is, from what I could tell, no one can seem to agree on what the best way to make money would be, so I couldn't be of more help. Help? Help? You help me more than you know. I have a pickaxe for mining, traps for setting, a rod for fishing. I think I can work with that information. I will open up a tool shop. I'll be rich, haha. Thank you kindly, little lady. Here, have a stamp. These stamps are rolling in. The tool shop are preparing to open. 500 backward received. All tools an adventurer could ever need, the very best axes, pickaxes, fishing rods and traps are all in one place. Let me see. I need ore. Okay. Well, I can get that, I guess. This way I can fish. That I will get later. With this item, you can fish at the fishing spots inside the dungeon. As you level up your fishing rod, more fish will become available to catch. Alright. So, Great Forest and Great Forest. And this one is Quarry. We must gather weaponry. Mine for iron ore in the quarry. Everyone wants my ore. So you are this CJ I've been hearing about, eh? I'm Brandville. I'm in charge of defense around here. In charge? Like a commander or something? I didn't know they had titles like that here. Titles, heh. Who cares about nonsense like that? Huh? It is a matter of the heart, child. I've taken it upon myself to defend this town, because my heart tells me I must. So you just put yourself in charge then? You will find no one better for the job.
promise you that. Regardless, I have orders for you. Orders for me? We are rapidly running out of weapons. Someone must remedy that immediately. You know, if you are offering a stamp, there is no need for the Admiralate. Stamps again? These stamps have gone to your brains. All of you. Fine. If that's what it takes, now get to work. Yes, sir. Okay, so we have 2 quests there and 2 quests there. Let's finish the Great Forest first. Oh, I'm just going to go straight for the... Let's go here. I got a rare stone. Not even going to bother smithing that, I know they can't do anything about it. Okay, I got my belt. Alright. Let's check out the fishing real quick. Fish. Press the right button at the right time to catch fish. Okay, I need to remember that the buttons are not what it's showing on the screen. X, Y, A, B, X, Y, A, B, X, Y, A, B. Okay. Come on, I was clicking on it. It's very confusing when you're not using the Xbox controller, you're using a PlayStation controller. Oh, come on. Okay, got enough fish.
Figured maybe I will be able to... Okay. I guess I would need to figure out a different way to get that. Okay. There it is. Hogan's treasure receipt. Okay, so it was a good idea to go back home. I figure it might have been the chest behind the gate there. But I guess not. Okay, let's go back. I finished getting what I needed. Okay. So... Asa? First of all, we have the lady with the pearls. I'm back. Got what you asked for. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, this should be enough to get that stuff made. Get it made? Ah, never mind. Here, have a stamp. They are distracting me with the stamps. Stamp received. Alright. The other one was the dude, right? I found your stuff, Hogan. I can't thank you enough, CJ. Now I can finally get those shop door open. I think you might just be interested in one or two things I've got, so swing by when you can. Sure. Stamp received. The trading post is preparing to open. Trade your wares for whatever Hogan has in stock at his trading post. You can also exchange stamps for rewards. Why would I give up my stamps for... Oh. What kind of crazy person would do that? Okay. Uh... There's a lot of morning. I don't know if these things carry over to the other characters. I need all for this guy. Okay, I'm not going to buy at the moment. Let's just go see if there is okay. Let's go to the bottom. Let's see if there's anything here. Nothing. Okay, good. So let's just go to the quarry, see what I can get from there and finish whatever quest I have for it. CJ, I heard from Koche that you're looking for that Melor girl. Is that right? Well, I get to keep an eye out while I'm treasure hunting, sure. You will be treasure hunting somewhere with dangerous then. She's on the other side of a blockade, a fair bit down. There is a bit of a trick to opening it up though. There should be a lever around the blockade somewhere. Make sure to give it a good push. A good push, huh? Okay, got it. See you when I get back then. Okay, let's well, let's go. Okay, quarry. Gar's guide sword is great enough to send projectiles back where they come from. Rocks and other projectiles which are marked can be sent back with a well-timed strike. I meant to do a forward dash, I did a backward dash. Okay, let's explore the upper area before I go to the lower one. I think it might be a better idea to just use Gar for these guys. I always take damage from them. Healing potion. Level 24. Oh, down we go. We can't do anything about that one. Why am I talking so many times? Hold on, let me check something. Come on. Brams, why are you leaving me? Well, I can turn this off at this hour. No one is going to use it. That should stabilize my connection quite quickly, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, some phone or something was updating, uploading some stuff. Okay, there we go. That should fix the issues. So let us continue. Okay, so I need to go here. Alright. Bosses aren't the only enemy with shields. If you find yourself up against some shielded enemies, keep in mind that Gao's Great Sword packs a particular powerful punch. Okay, good. There we go. Oh, come on, really? Really? Okay. Oh, come on. That was a cheap shot. Let's open that. Okay, apparently I can do that. I'm out of space again. I have plenty of salt, I can drop a few of them. Salt and sugar. I'm not going to drop any ore. Yeah, part of this is salt, okay. Pioneer Pendant level 1. That seems like a drop. I'll just keep going for now. There she is, that's her. Attention bar. You will terrorize this town no longer. My aim is straight and true. Magical lyrical missile. Again? What is this girl's problem? Step-X counselors, you've come face to face with New Nevia's very own Guardian Peacekeeper. Guided by the rune Howling Light, it is I, once again, Melor, ardent defender of love and justice. I don't know who you think you are talking to, but we are just a couple of adventurers. You won't lie your way out of this. That vicious visage, the smell of bloodlust. Bandits, both of you. I know a bandit when I see one, or smell one. We are going to let her talk about you like that? She's clearly talking about you. Melor, please hear us out. I'm a scavenger. Wouldn't dream of thieving from anyone who is alive and kicking. Prove it. Excuse me? If you really are ordinary adventurers, then prove it. What kind of proof would you like exactly? Wait, I know. This here. A stamp card. The stamp card? You're going to get us killed. Here, an explorer license, signed and sealed by the acting mayor. Oh my, this stamp card is the genuine article. You are adventurers after all. I'm so very sorry. Phew. ... How odd. I'm not usually wrong. I was sure those Lance bandits would show up today. Lance bandits? Yes, you've seen them, right? On the outskirts of town, lots of lances in the Barrows. The bandits are obsessed with them. Plenty of ore and artifacts down there, but they only have eyes for the lances. And what made you so sure they would be coming here today? A few days back, a huge raw lance was discovered, alongside an equally huge load golem. Really? This had better not be a joke, little girl. I wouldn't joke about something like that. That's why I thought they would be here. We have to go. Get it, right now. Wait. We were told to take this kid back to town. For all we know, she might have smashed the lens up when she attacked us yesterday. Ah, right. Melor,
We are not here for lenses. We are here to bring you back to town. Go test the orders.
That's right, everyone is worried about you. So come along, okay? No.
No?
He's mad at me for breaking the ball cart, isn't he?
Oh, now she cares about the bulwark.
No one is mad, the horn is already fixed up, so everything is fine, come on. No. A real magical girl wouldn't run away after making a mess. A real magical girl will make it right.
No, that's not right. You don't sound like no magical girl either. Not at all.
Not at all. Have you gone mad?
Shut it. Look, even a magical girl is going to make mistakes. But mistakes aren't all that bad, so long as you learn from them. If you mess up, take a step back, cool off, and think about what you could have done better. Talk it over with mates or your folks. That's how you go, ain't it? That's the right way to be a magical girl. Am I wrong?
No, Sniff, I was wrong.
Well then, how about we get you home?
Okay.
How did you do that? Magic.
Okay, so they literally pulled me out. That's fine. Oh, might as well finish our thing, right? I think I got everything you asked for.
Impressive. You did better than I expected. There could be the makings of a soldier in you yet.
Make with the stamp and I will be soldiering on out of here, okay?
Oh, that's right. You wanted the stamp. Well, here you are. I'll be calling you again, Private.
Okay, stamp for sale. Well, I guess I need to report to him, right? Gotcha, someone is here to see you.
Well, well, well. Sorry to trouble you, but here's your stamp. Let me know anything you would like to say.
I'm sorry. I will take a step back and cool off, and talk with my mates and folks about what I did wrong.
Listen to this. What got you so modest all of a sudden? You sure you got the right girl? Pretty sure. Well, I'm not complaining. You are going to stay out of trouble from now on, right?
Right.
And I think our friends here deserve an extra apology. They helped clean up your mess at the Borgart yesterday.
You did? No trouble at all. We best be getting back though.
That's right, lots to do. Well, we won't hold you up a month longer. Besides, we've got to apologize to the acting mayor too. Isn't that right, Milo?
Right.
And we're off.
Alright, let's get back in there and find that load golem. Stamp for sale. Quest Gnail. Defeat the load golem. Fails. Let's see if we can upgrade some stuff. Okay, so we already got this. Okay, so all of that is good. I wonder why it says not available. Like, do I need to unlock something? Who knows? Okay, so let me see if I can buy some tools. I'm missing tool. Man. Can buy that. I'm not sure. If I'm going in there, I'm going to get ore anyway, so I might as well get that. By setting traps within the hunting ground inside the dungeon, you can obtain resources and cuisine. As you level up your traps, more types of resources will become obtainable by trapping. There are areas in the dungeon where it is possible to catch beasts in traps to acquire meat. You will obviously need a trap to try it out yourself. Okay, I believe I have traps, considering that we just did that. Okay, so let's see if there is any quest to pick up, and if not, we are just going to go defeat the golem. Is this a 2022 game? Yes, it is, Mr. Square. It is indeed. Once in the blue moon, there is a new game in this channel. once in the blue moon. Like, you know, I also played Spiritfarer, which was new when I played it. So, you know, once in a blue moon. Also, how are you doing, Mr. Square? Okay, let's save. It's been a while since I saved. Dear time the charm, as they say. We are coming for you, Lord Golem. Your whole land is good as mine. Love the confidence, big fan. But have you ever actually fought a loot golem before? Nope. Nope, she says. And these raw lands, it's basically a bunch of magical powers smashed together, yes? And friends with lances are generally a lot tougher than and fiends with lances are generally a lot tougher than fiends without them, yes? Seems likely. That's what my dad said anyway. Probably going to be quite tasty in a fight. Your dad didn't say anything about how to take it down by any chance? Nope. Wait a tick. How exactly did he get his hands on a raw lance anyway? What did he do? His best. So that's what I'm going to do. I knew it. I shouldn't have come along. I knew I should have come. Wait, what? I knew I should have come alone. Oh, okay, I see. I knew I should have come alone. even the best scavengers have to start somewhere. I might not know exactly what to do yet, but I do know we will have to eat it out. I guess that's the best plan we've got. Don't expect me to stick around if things get hairy though. I don't fancy dying in a place like this. We just want to let you know you might be getting your hands on Ordensphere. Ordensphere is quite good, especially the newer one. The newer one is the newer one is definitely better than the old one. The old one is rough. Because I introduced you to the game, you got me interested in the game. Yeah, it's a very good game. It's a very, very good game. Oh god. Also, if you're interested in the games that the Vanillaware Games making, the new game that they made, the one that's called like something Tower, is also quite good. I think you can get this one for the PC actually. They released it like last year, I want to say. No, not last year. Well, somewhere around last year, I want to say. If you look up Vanillaware Games, you can probably like see the name of the game that I mean. I remember it's called like Tower or something, but other than that I can't really tell you much about the name at least. This map doesn't mean anything to me. This map is very confusing. Oh wait. I saw a rock, I need to break the rock. There we go. Okay, I forgot about the thing up there. Yeah, there we go. Hello? The trap is... I don't understand how I choose my games, but I kinda play old games that are considered good by some arbitrary standard until a game like Elden Ring comes out, then I might play that. I mean, everyone have their own way to go about choosing the games they like. It's more like a feeling that you get from the game, or like the certain style of the game. Rather you feel like you're going to be comfortable with that, or it's like something you like want to experiment with, or like a story seems to be like something you might be interested in like looking into. So you know, there are a lot of reasons that might interest you in like trying one game over the other. Oops, that was the wrong key.
Good.
Okay. And that was a strike. Do I want to go down here or do I want to go up? I don't remember. Also, I'm very close to getting the full bag again. Okay. Alright, so this area was the drop down area. Sure. Oh wait, don't I wear the thing for him? Probably. Yeah, he's missing one. Critical rate, more resources. So I don't. If we are talked about it, I don't know if we talked about this before, but also prioritizing game, I consider it a skill because there is just so many. And I've come to a point where I've accepted I won't be able to play them all. Yeah, no matter what you do, eventually there will be games that you won't play. That's why the games that I play are games that I pick very specifically from the list of games that I have, and I just go through them. I mean, I have a lot of other games, but it's games that I don't want to play. Like for example, I have Gran Turismo games, and I have like GTA games, but I'm not going to play them because I don't know. I don't like playing racing games that much, and as much as I liked GTA back in the day, I don't know, I find less interest in GTA. So, you know. Everyone have their own taste and their own interest at each time in their lives. So, and based on that, like, you choose which games you prefer to go to and which we don't. So, yeah. Makes sense, basically. Makes sense. Let's stop it up. Let's save. This game is tight. Yeah, this game is quite good. I do wish the movement was a bit smoother at times, but I'm getting used to it. Yeah. Let's go back here. Okay. Well said, it's always nice talking with you, Ty. I hope you have a good time with the game, and it's better for you. Oh no worries, and thank you for dropping by, thank you for having a short chat with me. But have a good rest.
Have a good rest. Oh. I need to move away. And yeah. No, I'm supposed to open the door. I don't know what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. But it was nice seeing you. It was nice seeing you again. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. There we go. Very nice. Oh god. Well, that was a very steep fall. I have to make my way back up. Okay. That's one. Lightning bomb. Okay. Come on, bring it on. And strike. And what do I have here? Another one of these ones. Okay, this is a new area. Okay. Healing potion level 2. That feels like a boss fight. Yeah, according to the map, that should be the boss fight. There was a dropping area earlier though. I want to go over there real quick. We'll come back here in a second. Okay, so yeah, this thing. Oh, come on. Oh, hello.
Let's see where this thing leads me. So we open a door, and then there was this. Okay, where does this take me then? Oh. And I'm full. Okay. I'm just going to run to the signpost. Okay. So fast travel. There. And let's go take care of this golem. And let's save. Okay. That's a big guy. There we go. Oh, lands received. Yes, a raw lens. We did it. We got it. Let me see it. Ta-da! It's bloody huge. Well, it's a book, sure, but yeah, not as big as the one my dad found. Rats, still not good enough. What are you playing at? You could have cracked it. Nah, raw lessons don't crack so easily. Take special technology to turn it into prone lens of any use though. Only Guardian can do it, right? Guardians? Ancient protectors of the ruins? Guardians? As I would know, never met one. Your family are all scavengers, ain't they? Your pub. Your pub's pub, none of them ever mentioned Guardians? Well, I did ask my dad and my grandpa once, the first time I ever heard of the Guardians.
And what did they say?
Said they didn't know anything and that I shouldn't bring it up again.
You didn't believe them, did you?
I did.
If they didn't know nothing about it, why would they tell you to keep your mouth shut? Rule number 1 of being an adult: always ask questions.
Are you calling them liars? My family? I will have you know.
Okay. I'm not calling anyone a liar, forget it. You are honest, alright? Honestly, naive.
What was that?
Nothing.
Anyway, even if you could turn it into a rune lens, you probably couldn't use it. The lens has to choose you. And no lens would ever choose someone as grumpy as you.
The lens get to choose? What is that about?
What do you mean? Don't you know anything about lenses? Do you know anything?
I know people can't be trusted. The only thing I trust in this world are the sword in my hand and the coin in my purse.
What a boring life that must be.
Don't make me laugh, kid. Is excitement going to fill your belly at the end of the day?
Rune lenses choose their owners. Believe me or don't, either way, unless you are chosen, you will never be able to use it.
It's like they are alive. Gross.
Some say they are, yeah. No one knows for sure though. Besides, if you can't use it, no reason to hang on to it, is there? Might as well sell it. Could get a small fortune depending on the grade. From its size, I reckon this one could fetch a pretty penny. Seems like it could be made magical too. Seems like it could be made magical too. If someone knew how. Could be looking at about 200,000 bakwa. 200,000 bakwa, okay, there we go.
200,000 bakwa? That's not bad.
Oi. What?
This thing is rare and potentially powerful. And it's worth a lot of money, I get it, but if someone cared more about them than they did about money, why would that be?
What has brought this on?
Listen, why would someone with all the money in the world want with these things?
Beats me. More money?
That simple, is it?
Oh. Maybe they like shiny things.
Like a beard or something? More fool for me asking a child, I said. More fool me for asking a child, I suppose.
How would I know what rich folk think? Ask them yourself. They probably would just want magic power, no?
Magic power, huh?
Well, the real work starts now. The barrow awaits. Let's go.
This thing is too small for my pouch. We would best pile some more in. Enough to drink the tavern dry. Sounds about right.
Best plan. Into the ruins. Search the Runebarrows. Well, I have an empty bag, so let's go. Defensive. So those are the barrows. They are even cooler than I thought.
Didn't expect them to go so deep. Wild to think these exist under that crummy little town.
I smell trouble. Keep your eyes peeled. My nose is never wrong. Something bad is up ahead. The evil sorcerer's curse. Ooh. The what? An evil sorcerer, punished by gods and sealed in the ruins. I bet it's him.
I will take that bet.
Question mark?
Company, huh? You got a problem, mate? You guys smells worse than me.
Gao, these are bandits. They are the ones who attacked Hogan.
Bandits? The land's obsessed weirdos that other girl weirdo told us about?
Thanks for taking care of that loot golem, little lady. Now hand over the lands, and we won't have any trouble. Trouble? Huh. For you maybe. Did you forget what happened last time we met?
Well, let's see what happens this time, eh? Lads, all in.
Oh, I messed up my combo, but whatever.
What is a bumpkin like you doing with the beast anyway? Fall back, lads. We will just come back and take the lands from their dead bodies.
Hold it. You stole those lances, didn't you? Drop them.
Eat these. CJ, get out.
What was that? My ears are still ringing.
A runic round. I've seen them once before. Sorcerers who can make them are few and far between though.
Runic rounds? How did bandits get their dirty hands on something like that?
Good question.
Moreover, how did they even get in? I very much doubt they've got the necessary paperwork.
Must have bribed the lookout or something.
Plenty of adventurers around though. They would get spotted in no time. Nah, I don't like it. Too suspicious. Let's sit back for now and talk to that acting mayor about it.
It was just a couple of bandits. You worry too much.
I'm not worried about myself. We have to tell the others, adventurers and escorts, to be on their toes.
Easier said than done.
Time to put the sword to use. Go Garo, go Garo, go.
Give it a rest, will ya? There is far too many orcs.
Go Garo, go, go.
I told you there are too many. I would break my arm trying to get through that.
Are you joking? So what? We are just buried alive down here?
Calm down, there got to be another way out somewhere.
Where? Where?
The men here. We have to find the men here.
Men here? The ancient stone plating?
Exactly. There was an old one in the Great Forest, all busted up.
That rock I saw when we first met, in the woods. But why would there be one of them here?
Why? Isn't important, like, focus on the where, just trust me.
Mysterious ruin, the Runebarrows. Mysterious ruins known locally as the Runebarrows. Discovery of the Runebarrows brought countless adventurers to New Nevea in search of fame and fortune. Lightning monsters lie in wait within. Okay. The mystery of the Milnir.
Oh, come on.
Wait, isn't that a menhir?
Definitely the same pattern as the one in the forest. This one looks to be in better condition though.
There is an indent here. Seems like something could slot in. You don't think rune lens could power it? My grandpa told me about something like that before. Even a low-grade rune lens ought to do the trick, I think. Not that it matters much if we don't have one. What? What are you doing with a rune lens? Just shh, please. It's alive. Right then. Let's get out of it. Are we waiting for something?
That lying sack of why isn't it working? I ain't about to die down here. Use a hunk of rock, do something.
Girl, wait, calm down. Let me have a look. There must be something we are missing. There is some kind of inscription here. Looks like the menhir key my grandpa told me about. Let's see. Mysterious machinery powered by rune lenses. The key to awaken their power lies in the puzzle found upon them. Route the blocks to connect the pathways and reveal the true power lying dormant within. Okay. Easy. That did it.
Huh? What?
Yeah. We're out. We're really out.
I think I'm going to vom. Blah.
So this menhir is like a portal to the one in the Barrows. I bet that's how those bandits got in. Why did you know about the menhir though, girl?
I've seen them around. Mercs see all sorts on the road.
And what about that rune lens we used to activate it? Where did you get that from?
I found it, stuck in that old busted up menhir we saw in the woods. I heard the rumor about it in town, headed out to investigate and found the lens stuck in. From what I can gather, should be quite a few of them around.
Is that so?
Excuse me friends, but where are we?
This is a farm, just outside New Nevia. So sorry to drop in on you like that, are you okay? My name is CJ, and this big lug is Garo. We are adventurers, we were just down the Barrows. I'm Ios, owner of this farm here. Wait, what?
I'm Ios, owner of this farm here. Know that I can do much farming since the earthquake. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, it sure seems like you pair came tumbling out of the rock just now. That's right. Seems like this rock is connected to the Barrows. Well, I will be. You haven't seen any dodgy folks around it lately, have you? Bandits and such. Can't say I have. Dogs have been barking lately. No, dogs haven't been barking lately neither. So they haven't seen nothing. Except for you two, just now that is. Ah, I suppose the bandits must be using another man here then. I had no idea this rock was so special. I always thought it was just some old monument to the before people. I knew it. I'm never going to be able to reopen this farm. Were you planning a grand opening? I was thinking about it. Requesting a request for Miss Mare herself. Said there ain't enough food to keep all you adventurers satisfied. Unfortunately, I don't have none of what I need to rebuild the barn. No seeds for crops either. Ios, today might just be your lucky day. We are happy to help. Oh, we are we? Some barn materials and crop seeds ought to be enough to get started. Should be easy to find in the forest over yonder. Yes, sir. Don't forget about them bandits that are after our lands. No, did you forget about them bandits that are after your lands? Or are you just too much of a softie for your own good? Go see the acting mayor, tell her about the bandits, then get back to treasure hunting. That was the plan, wasn't it? Can't do much on an empty belly, can you? If there is no food, there will be no treasure hunting for anyone. Besides, those bandits think we are dead. They are probably back there rummaging through the wreckage for the Lord Golem lands. It's going to take them a while to dig through all of that. I reckon we've got time for another brief detour. Plus, a food shortage would most likely affect the tavern too, you know. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Mysterious stone pillars that can be found around the town. Once activated by the insertion of a rune lens, the pillars take anything that touches them to a different location. Clearly, they have some connection to the Runebarrows. Okay. On the other side, what's that? Okay. So 5 hours in, what do you think? You could say it's a decent game. I mean, there are sometimes like weird fucks in the movement. So like sometimes I will try to like change my direction, but the character will keep running to the wall, which is the only issue with the game. But other than that, I like it. Like it's a bit easy. Like it's more like a casual game. It's not a very hard game. So if like you're looking for a challenge, this is not a game for a challenge. But it's a fun game and I'm enjoying it. It's a fun little game.
But then how are you doing, Mr. Bedwexter? How's Donkey Kong treating you? I saw you playing it earlier today. Dear God, we have a bunch of quests, okay. Oh boy, we have a bunch of quests. Okay. Well, let's go area by area. Oh dear, oh my. You okay there, madam? Madam? I'm not old enough to be madam, am I? Who am I kidding? Of course you are, Myra. Maybe that's why I just can't decide what to cook tonight. I'd hope to get some meat, but with the forest, how it is at the moment. You want me to get some for you? Wait, you must be CJ. I've heard all about you, how helpful you are. If you wouldn't mind... Beast meat, right? No problem. Well, guess what, I already have the meat for you. Beck, go that meat you want to do. My hero, thank you so much. I have a feeling I'll be calling on you again. Okay, we got another stamp. I saw you were playing and gave in to download it on Game Pass. Got about an hour in. I enjoyed a little bit I played, but I get what you mean about the difficulty. Yeah, it's an easy game. It's not on a hard game. You play it more for the silliness of like, oops, sorry, what that expected my, for like the silliness of the interactions and like the story. I don't know if it's going to be like a super interesting story, but so far it's keeping me interested to some degree. I need to like so far. I don't feel like we went too deep about the story. So far it feels like I'm still in the tutorial stage, kinda. Like I'm still unlocking a bunch of stuff. But it might be interesting. Tropical Forest is going well, slowly but surely. I thought we could finish a world in 4 hours today, but not quite. Takes a bit of combining levels for all the secrets here. Donkey Kongs tend to be like that. It's always hard to 100% them. I mean, most of the old games are always like that. It's very hard to 100% them. So yeah, I feel like it has to get interesting, doesn't it? Though I heard it's supposed to be game 1 of a 2 or 3 game story. Yeah, I from what I understand, the game is supposed to come next year. Like the game is called Chronicle something. That's supposed to be like the main game, at least according to what someone told me earlier. So I feel like this is like an introduction maybe to the other game, probably. You probably won't 100% it because of the time trial mode. Yeah, time trial is a pain in any game. I mean, I'm saying that, but but I did every single time trial in what was it called? Rayman Legends. Rayman Legends have this time trial thing for every single level, and there is at least 3 of them that are so tight it's ridiculous. Like you can't make a single mistake in order to clear them. That's how ridiculous it is. You plan to find all the other things though. Okay, so all of the secrets, but not all the 100% stuff. I get you. You're CJ, aren't you? I'm Devadas. Wait, you are CJ, aren't you? I'm Devadas, and I'm sick of you ventures walking around here like you own the place. Well, I've got an Explorer license. Who asked you, eh? Oh, come on. We should at least try to get along. Maybe there is something I could help you with. Help? Well,
It is meat season, I suppose.
What's that?
Meat, I said meat, didn't I? There's a lot of mouth-watering meat to be gotten from the beast in the woods this time of the year. For an old-timer like me, meat like that is the key to keeping life in my bones. Impossible to catch the beast without a trap and the sense of a skilled hunter. Don't waste your time.
Hunting with traps, huh? I will get it for you.
I would like to see you try. Go on then.
I need to get mouth-watering meat. Alright. Yeah, but back to what I was saying earlier. I don't know if there is 3 games, at least as far as I'm aware. There isn't supposed to be 3 games. I know there are 2 games, like there is this one and there is the Chronicles one. And also from what I understood from who was it told me that I think Mr. Lowe. I think someone earlier basically came and told me that the same guy that wrote Sukudem, like I assume he meant like the story for Sukudem, also wrote the story for this game. So I assume it should be good. After all, Sukudem is like known as one of the good games from like back in the day. So I would like to believe that this game will probably follow suit. Something the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost. CJ, you won't believe what just happened, Pat. I wanted to go and get some goods for the new menu, you see. Plenty of ingredients in the woods, I thought to myself. So in I went, recipe in hand. The woods? Haven't you heard? The woods are crawling with monsters lately. I know, but it's not like I planned a picnic, is it? In and out, I thought. I'd barely taken 3 steps when... There it was. What? A monster, what else? Attacked me from behind and took my recipe. Oh, what kind of monster? I couldn't tell you, Pat. I heard it flapping behind me and ran like the wind. Flapping? Okay, leave it to me. I will head to the woods and check it for you. I couldn't ask you to do that. That recipe is dear to me though. It is for me after all. It is too important to let some monsters get their meat on it. You're not asking, I'm offering. Him? Huh? Can't have that then. I will go get it back right away. Okay. Looks like 2 games, right? Okay, so there isn't a third one. Oh, maybe there will be another one planned. Like I don't know, it's possible. But yeah, as far as I know, at the moment there is only 2 of them. Like I didn't read any articles about the game or anything like that, so maybe you read it like in an article that there is 3 games planned or something. Hey CJ, can I borrow you for a tick? Sure, something up? I was wondering if you would be up for a little field walk on Outlander Lake. Find out what is eating everyone now. We have got folk from all across Alaran gathered here on top of each other. As it stands, they see sense in solidarity against the objectors. But we can't rely on that to keep them getting along. So I would appreciate it if you would lend them an ear to vent their frustrations. Blow off some steam. No problem, leave it to me. Alright. I wonder, can I upgrade stuff? Nope. Okay, let me take a good drink before I keep reading, because my throat is starting to die. Bad points about Outlander Lane? Well, it's pretty dusty, I guess. Oh right, that must be because of all the construction. Okay. This is just one door. Something the matter? Oh, CJ, you could say that, yes. Runbeer placed an order, you see. I've exhausted all avenues at my disposal to fulfill it, and have nothing to show for my efforts. I would hate to disappoint him. And after all the boasting, how could I have been so foolish? I can't possibly face Runbeer having failed him, so... CJ, you are quite cordial with Runbeer, are you not? Cordial? Not quite the word I would use, but sure. I'm sure he would prefer to hear this dreadful news from a friendly face. Ah, I see. Yeah, okay, I will let him know. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really happy here. There's barely anything to do. I guess that's true. Bad points, huh? Where are the good points? There is nowhere to hang out there. If you're not drinking or shopping, there is not much else going on, is there? When you put it like that, I think that's all I'm likely to get for now. Okay, let's make our way back to the guy. That pretty much sums it up. I think everyone I asked had quite a lot to complain about. Well, I asked you to let them vent, and then they did. Thank you, CJ. So how are you going to deal with all of that then? Hahaha, I just did. I would say they feel a lot better already, with all that off their chest, wouldn't you? That's all people need sometimes, you know, someone to listen. And that someone was me, huh? I want CJ. Thank you. You're welcome, I guess, I don't know. Well, let's go to the other place. Good timing, little lady. Oh yeah? Why is that? I've heard you've been making yourself very useful around here. You are mighty popular with the townfolk. Oh, I don't know about that, hee. I reckon a giant branch would be just the thing to make this a real hit. Could you do the honors, CJ? You know, I have to fight the giant tree fiend to get that right. I do, but I also know you will do just about anything for a stamp. Alright, this should be enough for you to make those improvements, right? Oh, okay, here. Try cutting the giant branch with this axe. What? I mean, sure. Reduce giant branch to ribbons, hehe. The advertising practicality writes itself. Ah, I see. There, is that it? An extraordinary axe endorsed by everyone, favorite adventurer. I will be rich. And I thought you were just being generous. Alright. The tool shop is a new store. Nice. I see. Well, I need to get the... I see. Okay, I can't get that. Stone I will get in a second, so let's get this for now. Okay. Yo, CJ! What's up, Hogan?
You ain't seen Sarita around, have you? Got a delivery for her, but she ain't nowhere to be found.
Can't say I have, I'm afraid. You want me to go look?
Will you mind? Thank you kindly.
Okay. Didn't I just speak to Sarita a second ago? She told me that she needed like to get a recipe. Sarita, there you are. Hogan is looking for you. He says he has a package you order or something. Oh my. Okay, please tell him I'll be over in a jiffy. Got it. She's literally in her shop. How didn't he find her? She's literally there. Okay. Sarita said she will be over to pick it up soon. But what is so special about this thing anyway?
I probably shouldn't say, but since it's you, CJ, it's some kind of new seasoning. Looks pretty strong to me.
More new dishes? Sarita must be feeling inspired. I can't wait to try it for myself. It's 10%. The trading post has a new stock. Okay, let's take a look. I see. Yeah, I'm not taking any of that. Okay, so what quest do I have left? Oh. Ranbir got a message for you from Bertrand. Bertrand. He's very sorry, but he can't fulfill your order.
I should have known. It would be impossible to get 100 superb swords so easily. I suppose we will have to make do with what weapons we have on hand.
Did you say 100?
Is that odd? Or haven't you noticed the monsters increasing in numbers by the hour? We must ensure each and every resident is armed against this threat. Perhaps if we had 100 pieces of the finest iron ore...
Okay, so bye then. Before he told me to get 100 ores, the character left. So let's go report it to the guy. I gave Ranbir your message. Typical Ranbir, huh? 100 superb swords, haha. No, it is my shame that I could not acquire them. Perhaps if one was somehow to acquire the materials for their production. CG, would you mind? Okay, so bye then. Stamp us in. The open shop is a new stock. Let me see what you got. Okay, huge ore. Yeah, okay. CG, over here. What's up, Rita? You get along with Tatara, don't you? The smithy. Not especially, I don't think. Oh, come on. You do. You've got an eye for these things. So I have a favor to ask. Thing is that Tara and I had a bit of a situation. What does that mean? Okay, well, I had asked him to do a little iron work for me, and when he showed me the finished product, not much to look at, is it? I said to myself. At least I thought I said it to myself. Must have been louder than I realized, because he heard it, and he didn't like it. I wonder why. Would you ever work with him for me? The town's only armor and a blacksmith should really try to get along, don't you think? Sure, I will see what I can do. Oh my god. Hello? Hey, Tara, I heard about what happened between you and Frida. Frida? What happened? She said something kind of forward and made you angry. Angry? Me? Not at all. But if you're heading back to see Frida, bring this for me, will you? What is it? A knuckle duster, my own design. Frida had a point. The original one was a little too wide to grip well. Took a few attempts to get it right, but I think this one is good. The smith has a new store. Show me. Okay. Okay, so this is the last drop then. Boom. I need to get more stone. Okay, fully upgraded. The tower wasn't angry at you at all. Here, he told me to give you this. This! The graceful curved spine! The space rivets! What? It's perfect! This is exactly what I had in mind. The tower said he made it after taking your feedback into consideration. You don't say! Thank you so much, CJ. Here is your stamp. Stamp received. And keep leveling up. Okay. I don't have bronze or... Okay. So we need to find that stuff. Okay. Okay. So now the question is, are there any other quests? Also... Yeah, I need to get... okay. And nothing on this side. Residential district interior. extremely large fish.
You are CJ, aren't you? I've heard you've been fishing lately, that's right.
Yep, came upon a fishing gold recently, you see.
So you are a beginner then?
Yep.
You ain't likely to be much competition then, certainly not going to catch anything like old Juga here can catch, that's for sure.
Oh, and just how big fish can you catch then, old Yuga?
A bigger one than the likes of you are ever likely to see, let alone really. Tell you what, I will take you to my secret fishing spot. If you can catch a bigger fish than mine, you will get my stamp.
Challenge accepted.
You may regret that, haha.
Alright. In the Great Forest apparently. Let's take a rest for today, since my HP is quite low. One more time. Okay. So let's see, what are my quests? Gather agriculture seeds in the Great Forest, okay. Find recipe in the Great Forest. Meet in the Great Forest. Okay, so everything is in the Great Forest, basically. Everything in the Great Forest. Okay, let's go. Just do that. Okay. I'm doing so much damage, it's actually ridiculous how much damage I do on these low level creatures. That is that. There we go, and got some heavy stone. Okay. Level 25 Goggle, died in 2 hits. Interesting. Okay. Probably going to run out of space in a second, so we'll probably back out. Okay, this is blocked. Okay, one more item. Okay. Also, I reached the end of the area. Last tavern. Trap hole, you didn't catch anything. Okay, so back here. Okay, let's beat up the tree. Yeah, you see, for example, what happened just now? My character was locked the other side for whatever reason. It was weird. Also, where's my OPS? There we go. Agricultural cedar seed. Okay, time to fish. Time to fish. Extremely large fish are seen. Okay. Let's catch a couple more just in case. Just in case, we need more. No, I messed up. Oh, I managed to catch it, okay. Very confusing when I'm trying to use Xbox buttons on a PlayStation controller. Okay, I think that's enough. So let's leave. I think that's also all the quests, right? Got the seed, got that, yep. Everything should be good. Okay, so which way was it? Okay, I guess all of them are in the Outlander area. This is it. How in the world did you find it? Technically, it found me. Flip flap, right? It was a little gargoyle. A gargoyle? Huh. Those things with little wings like bats? Well, at least you've got your husband's recipe back. Husband? Huh. All that Lord left ever... Wait, what? All that Lord ever left for me was that. But he said... It's from one of my favorite celebrity chefs, taken from a cookbook I reckon. Huh? Oh, I've been a fan for so very long. Cooking one of his dishes will be a dream come true. Here, have a stamp. 1,000 thanks, Pat. You're welcome, I guess. Stamp served. The tavern has a mister. Okay. Apparently I didn't get a huge ore. Well, I guess I got the huge rock on the huge ore, so I need to go to the quarry in order to get the huge ore. Let's just teleport to the other place, second set. Let's take that. Okay. I know that there is one guy here. Oh, both of them, okay. Got some of that mouth-watering meat you were after.
Well, I will be. I thought only the finest hunters in the land would be able to catch those beasts.
I suppose that makes me the finest hunter in the land then, doesn't it?
It was enough to get you a step. But don't let it get to your head, missy.
Impossible. I caught a big one, what do you think?
What the?
So did they break your record then?
Of course not, but here. Take a stamp and be on your way.
Okay. Stamp received. Thank you. Okay, so we only have the farm left. We're back. Should have everything you've asked for.
Well, giddy my gates. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Thank you, Bolt. Proud of you. Y'all are adventurers, so you want stamps, right? Where did I put that damn thing? Here it is. Guess I got no excuse now. Haha. Time to get to work feeding all the fine city folk. I don't feel good about this minion thing, though. Got to have to keep an eye on that.
If any adventurer ever give you any trouble, you let me know. I will give them a personal walloping, just for you.
Now, how could I have used an offer like that? You are a good one, missing. Feel free to take as much as you want when the crops start growing. The least I can do. And don't be strangers now, you hear? I would feel a lot better about this minion thing if you would stop by once in a while.
Thanks, we will pop in from time to time.
Well, it has been real fun, but we want to get back to town, right, CJ?
Right. Got to head to the town office and tell the acting mayor about the land bandits.
Hold your horses there, you two. If you are still feeling generous, there is a pasture nearby if you would like to take a gander at. My farm was in worse shape than usual this morning. Some beast must have come through the pasture last night and messed it all up. Can't abide by that. Not now. I'm trying to get back on my feet. Would you go take a look for me?
A beast? Like a monster or something?
Oi, don't you dare.
We will look into it.
I knew you were going to say something like that.
Stand possible. Level up. The farm is preparing to open. Having helped use the opening his farm, CJ will be given special permission to plant crops and harvest grain, as well as freedom to take all the vegetables and food she likes. Cool. Yes, apparently I can buy them, but not plant them. Let's go check out the pasture.
Have you been eating alright, gal? Got enough meat in your diet?
Meat? Well, when I get something in the woods, I eat it, I suppose.
You won't find much meat in the woods. Too many monsters. They scare all the good game away. The name is Urmila. I used to hunt in the forest, but called it quits when the monsters moved in. So I set up a pasture here instead.
Pasture? Don't you need cows for that?
Oh, I have cows, or rather, I had cows, until they ran away. I figured cows would be pretty easy to catch, so I didn't bother building a fence.
You figured wrong.
Well, catching them is easy. I was right about that. Keeping them is different. It's a different story. I wanted to build that fence after all. Say, you wouldn't mind gathering some stuff for me, right?
Sure, leave it to me. I got it. Think this is enough for you, Urmila?
Wow, thank you. I can fence the entire pasture with this. You probably want a stem, right? Here you go.
Stem possible. Level up. The pasture preparing to open. Rumors about the towns are spreading far and wide. People are coming from all corners of the world, looking to set up shop right here. Improving town. Completing your stamp card will develop your town, not only that. Brought closer together through their efforts, the party will make greater use of link attacks. You will of course be given new stamp card. Oh lovely. You can now chain up 3 link attacks. If it's dairy and eggs you need, visit Urmila at the pasture. Take what you get to the tavern to have it turned to nutritious cuisine. I see. So the beast was just a cow after all. Are you done? Because I'm definitely done. Okay. Let's go to town office and fill them in on the lance bandits. Let's go. Okay, so I can buy milk if I want to. I see. Okay. Well, let's look at the board and speak to the lady. Oh. Oh. Well, apparently there is plenty of more to go. The Quarry, Residential District, Interior, Residential District, Outlander. Okay, we have a couple in Outlander and a couple of in the Residential District. Okay, let's do this one first. Aisha, you busy? I've got some news for your ears only. Whatever is the matter, CJ? And Garo, it would appear. Don't tell me you remember the name of all. Don't tell me you remember the names of all the Outlanders in town. No, not at all. But beastmen like you are something of a rarity. That and you are the only adventurer who paid full price for their explorer license without complaint. That's a lot of money. And is Yogo security. Yogo, the vigilant sentinel hired to watch over the town. Despite being a dining guest of the town office, he is often found in the tavern, listening to adventurers telling their tales. He must be the guy Hogan and Squash were talking about. Well, I suppose there is no harm in you hearing about this too. You seem troubled. Speak. And these lance bandits are using the stones to teleport into the Barrows? I had no idea. I will send word to the townfolk and Outlander alike not to approach the menhir. We must deal with them carefully. We will have to increase security in the town too. Yogo, Tell the mercenaries to be extra vigilant. Understood. I did notice things have been a bit too quiet. Still, timing isn't great. Elaborate? My blade has seen better days. I asked the smithy to take a look at it, but apparently sharpening swords forged in the East Reach requires a special whetstone, one the smithy does not have. A fine mess I've gotten us into, huh? Hehe. So I've just been paying for you to drink free booze while neglecting your duties, have I? A few splashes of ale is a small price to pay for the protection these hands offer, sword or no sword. Your presence costs considerable more than a few splashes of ale. 100 bakwa a day to keep you fed, 30 more on tea leaves, 50 bakwa for your trips to the bathhouse, 20 more for your laundry, 30 bakwa to have your sheets changed once a week, 300 for the tree you felled testing that blunted sword of yours. All these expenses and more, paid for by the blood and sweat of residents and adventurers. Should I have a reason to believe you're not worth the cost, I should have to demand my advance payment to be returned. Wait. You raise a fine point, madame. I shall get my sword serviced immediately. Oh? And what of this special whetstone then? Well, I could go look for it in the quarry, but that would mean leaving my post. You are Sija, right? Perhaps you wouldn't mind searching for the whetstone in my stead. What? Me? Well, I suppose if there is a stamp in it for me. Hold it. Sorry, mate, but we are a little busy with a treasure hunt of our own right now, so you will have to ask someone else. I will make it worth your while. I can't promise anything as fancy as a lens, but if it's a treasure you want, a treasure I can get. Treasure? Rare stuff too. Brought it with me from the East Reach. You won't find nothing like it anywhere around here, that's for sure. We will do it. Splendid. What is with you and yours and stamps? Oi, get back here. So how do you intend to clear the blockage in the Barrows? I don't. I should leave that to those responsible for causing it. If CJ is to be believed, and I believe she is, they will be back to search for the raw lands. So leave them to it, I say. And me? Well, once they are done, perhaps I could trouble you to detain them. Runic rounds in the wrong hands pose a serious... This is the wrong voice. Runic rounds in the wrong hands pose a serious threat. We must deal with this cautiously. There are too many lives at risk. If they really are using the menhir to get in and out of the Barrows, catching them will be no small task. It will appear they are even more familiar with the Barrows than we are. I should like to know who we are dealing with. So you send the adventurers to keep them busy, huh? Now I know why they call you rather brilliant at your job. Rather brilliant. Good luck, CJ. Say, don't suppose you ever heard of anyone finding special whetstone in the quarry, have you? Oh, if it's a whetstone you're after, take a jump down the first pit you come across, just inside the entrance. At least that's what they used to say. Not sure if that's still the case, since that quake shuffled everything around. First speed just inside the entrance. What a shot, thanks. Hey CJ, you busy? Not really, I suppose. Don't think we have been formally introduced. I'm Karina. Have you heard anything about new dishes down at the tavern recently? Yep. I might even add a hand in them, hehe. Wow, really? Are they good? So good. You haven't tried them yet? They will be sold out if you don't get down there soon. I know. I never have anything left by the time I finish work each day. I could go get something for you if you want. Really? Yes, please. Okay, wait here, I'll be right back. Alright. Hey, Sarita, you got any new stuff left? You are lucky. You're lucky you called when you did. I've got enough ingredients for one more serving. Wait there, I will wrap it up for you. Okay, so we'll take that back in a second. Oh goodness, oh no, what should I do? Something is on your mind, friend? Yes, my journal with all of my deepest secrets written in it. It has been stolen. If one person in this small town knows my secret, soon everyone will. Oh, Viti, how could you have done? How could you have been so stupid? Wow, that sounds bad. Do you know who took it? It was those bandits that have been causing trouble for everyone. I'm sure I saw them flee the town. I can't believe I let them get their dirty bandit hands on my secrets. Oh damn, I think I know where they might be. You do? What would they possibly want with some random girl's journal? That's a good question. That is a good question indeed. Hey Rajiv, how are things in the inn? Hello CJ, we are doing great here. Thanks in no small part to you of course. We might be doing a little too great actually. I've had to start turning people away on account of just not having enough rooms. I've been thinking about building some kind of extension, you know. A few extra rooms basically. Unfortunately, I don't have the goods to get it done. Got it, leave it to me. Wow, really? Thank my lucky stars. I need to gather more stone apparently. You are Garo, aren't you? And what if I am? Calm down, son. I'm Oliver. Jean's #1 fan. I heard all about it. You know how you went out of your way to get that nectar for her? Could it be that you seek her favor? And what if I do? I do too. What the? So you simply must get me some of the stuff. Why would I help you get your hands on? Sure. What the? If you're offering a stamp, I've got no reason to say no. Let's go, Garo. What is it with you and stamps? Here you are, Oliver. I am forever in your debt, CJ. And of course, Garo's too. Stamp the girl's guard and stop talking to me. Stamp was it. Okay. I think there is another one here, right? Nope. So let's go here. Hello.
Oh, you are CJ, I presume.
You presume correctly.
Could I trouble you for some help?
Sure, what can I do for you?
I'm Hardia. I don't know what my name is. As you can probably guess, I have a grandson. Quite a troublesome one at that.
Troublesome? I think I might know who that is.
He's a sweet boy, really though, and I always make him his favorite rice cakes. I made some for him today too, but he hasn't come around.
You want me to go look for him?
Oh, that would certainly be very nice of you. I would like him to eat them while they are still warm.
Got it, I will take him down.
His name is Avan, by the way.
Okay, there should be another one. There we go. Excuse me, miss. What's up? I'm known around here as Stargazer Tara. Tara of the Stars, they say. You've probably heard of me. Tara of the Stars. Wow, that's beautiful. Don't patronize me. Besides, what kind of Stargazer lets her spyglass get stolen, hey? Spyglass? Not just any spyglass either. Made of the finest bamboo. Lenses were my dad's own design. No better way to see the stars. I was stargazing near the quarry, using the spyglass obviously, when a little gargoyle snuck up on me. Took my hands off it for a split second, and the little rascal had run off with it. Must be because the lens is shiny or something. Ran off into the quarry after that, I think. Wouldn't surprise me. There are a lot of monsters down there. But the sky is so clear away from town. You want me to get it back for you? Leave it to me. Okay. So wait, where is this kid? Find redstone, gather stuff. Quarry, plaza. Okay, so that should be also on the quests. Hey there, little guy. I've got a name, you know, Avan, right? Avan. Your grandma sent me to get you. She got freshly made rice cakes waiting for you over at her place. Really? I will head straight there. Okay, I guess we're going back to grandma. Found him, said he would head straight here.
Is that so? Thank you ever so much. Here, would you like a stamp?
Thanks.
Might have to eat the cake after all. So.
Stamp us in. Level up. Okay. Hello there, Mr. Brand Behold. For some reason my raid alert didn't trigger, but welcome raiders, welcome Brand. How are you guys doing? What have you been up to? Let me give you a quick shout out. I've been going through the... You saw the One Punch Man? I didn't hear it. That's weird. I need to look into that. But welcome. How was King Arthur going? Have you ruined the round table already? Have you caused everyone to kill each other? Halfway to Act 3. They don't mean anything to me, but okay. Yeah, we are evil as fuck. Just murder the villager. Murdering a villager is not that bad. I mean, you know the story of King Arthur and the Round Table, right? You know that there is some betrayal going on in the story. A village, not a village. Oh, an entire village. I mean. Wait, how do you murder a village? Aren't you just murdering all the villagers? You don't murder the village. Unless you blew up the village, I guess. Then you can say that you murder the village. So how is this? This is interesting. It's not a hard game. Like it's more a casual game, I would say. Like it's not very challenging. And so far I don't really know what the story is. It's for the most part it's just like a bunch of like side quests, but I'm enjoying it. It's like a nice relaxing thing, like a it's kind of like a Spirit Fair in a way for me. Basically Spirit Fair is just like a bunch of like side quests and like a bunch of like do that, do this, grow vegetables and do a bunch of other stuff. And this game is kind of like that. So far I'm enjoying it. It's a nice relaxing game. To take it back from Horror Night, from the craziness of Horror Night. So yeah, I like it. Only issue I have with the game is like sometimes the running is getting stuck. So like I'm running to the left side and I'm trying to move to the right side, but the character keeps running to the left side, which I'm like, why are you doing that? It's very strange. But other than that, I don't really have any other problems. Let's go to the quarry. Here you go. Wow. No. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Go. You must have been hungry. That was so good. I'm glad I could try it at last. Thanks, CJ. Alright. Step ascend. You see, like, basically a bunch of like weird side quests like that. Which are a bit ridiculous. But I don't know, I'm enjoying it for what it is. Now to talk about all of the weird interactions that I have with my kangaroo companion. But there you see, everything is like dying in like a hit or two. It's not a challenging game at all. Like the bosses pose a slight challenge, I guess. But once you know what you're doing, it's not too bad. So you put it on very easy. I wish I had the option to choose to put it on very easy. There actually isn't any difficulty options. So it is what it is. What's that? Well, this looks new. I'll bet that's exactly where we need to get that whetstone to. Is this one of those, what was it? Elementium killer things? I've heard stories about people finding them in New Nevea. I think this is an earth one from the looks of it. Rumor has it, if you eat it with the same element, it will destabilize pretty quickly. Elements, huh? Does that mean we need
a rune lens then? I overheard Goche saying something about magic folk hanging around the town lately. I think I saw one of them myself in the plaza. Might be worth a short trip back to the town. Maybe someone can help us with all this earth elementum mumbo jumbo. It's not mumbo jumbo, we just need an earth rune and a rune lens to put it in, simple. But yeah, let's get back to the plaza. It seems sus, whatever this is. Gigantic pillar formed and fortified by the solidified remnants. God, I can't speak anymore. Remnants of elements within the dungeon. However, though, they can be destroyed if attacked with the powerful elements from which they were formed. Alright, there we go. I've been making voices for the last 6 hours. My throat is shut. My throat is dying. I can't. It's dying. I need to catch this guy. Looks sellable. It's like 4 times taller than the brand. You can't just claim to own things 4 times bigger than you, unless it's a star. You need to create an NFT showing you own it. Come on. I mean, isn't the house 4 times bigger than you? Isn't your house 4 times taller than your brand? It's a small house. It's a tiny house. Okay, so which quest do I have left? I finished that. I need to get stone from the forest. I got that. I need to go and beat up the bandits. I need to go beat up the bandits. Okay. Well, let's explore then. And what proof do you have that you own your house? A retro NFT showing you own it? Don't dare sus Claire, sir. I'm not sussing anyone. I'm just pointing out the facts. They made them on paper or something better than sus away. You see, Brent, she wants to be sussed. You're actually wrong about that. Your sus isn't enough, Brent. She wants more. You need to up your game, Brent. You don't give enough sus to Claire. What is this emote? What am I looking at? Hold on. What is that? It's a lewd emote. From the distance it looks like... I don't even know what I'm looking at. Yeah, I know it's a blush. I know it's a lie, but when I looked at it, like when it's small, it looked... I don't know. It looked like a brush less, but it looked like he was sniffing his hand. So it looks even lewder than it's supposed to be. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, come on.
Okay. Oh. You see, like sometimes the character is like getting stuck in the animation, which is the only weird thing that I wonder what the devs did when they made the game. But other than that, yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game, but it's killing my voice. I do wish there was some voice acting in the game. It's very hard for me to read all the voices. Or to create all the voices, I guess. Okay, so I did everything I can do, I believe. Yeah, let's go find the bandits. Come on. Okay, top set. I might need to go back. I'm running out of space. Yeah, let's go back. But come to think of it, this game probably will be terrible for you. Because your bag is very limited. I need to keep going backward because my bag is getting full. So I need to like do that, then I need to track backward. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, I can just do that. So this way I can just like do stuff. You see? My bag is empty in 2 seconds. So it's good and bad at the same time. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to this area. It's very confusing. Let's see. Hello? And that. Okay. Okay, there we go. Then I need to get the red element for that. Okay, let's go back down. Shield fragment. Okay. Okay, let's save. Let's see what's going to happen now. Okay, so we are fighting the boss again. Alright. Oh, I missed. Okay. There we go. Obtain giant stone. Huh. Okay, apparently I didn't clear it yet. Maybe I need to come from the other side. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Let's see. Corn farm. Let's see if it's walking like that. Vámonos. No, still blocked off. Okay, I guess it's a quest for later or something. Find someone looking open magic store in the plaza. And this is good forest, and this is...
Pajamas. Count them. Well, let's move it. Okay, so Plaza. Okay, we have one more quest. Resource bag. Is that resource bag upgrade? Hey, you over there. You are an adventurer, aren't you? Sure am, and an honorable scavenger. A scavenger? Like a rat? Doesn't matter. Do you happen to have a resource bag on you? Yeah, I use it from time to time, alright? Precisely what I want to hear. Perhaps you wouldn't mind lending a hand with something then. Come find me in the Rune Quarter, down by Outlander Lane. The Rune Quarter? That's right, you'll find my shop there. Okay. A small secluded section of Outlander Lane where those with an interest in magic like to gather. Store packs and other magical items can be bought in the stores that line the street, but as the name suggests, the Rune Quarter can also cater to all your Rune and Runelands needs. Where did this come from? Oh, you came. I'm Jason, a craftsman, soon to open a bag maker's right here where you stand. In fact, I have a special prototype resource bag I would like you to have. I would like you to cram as much as you possibly can in there. Think of it as a test to prove that my bag will never tell. Why can't you just do that yourself? Far too special to be filled with boring old stuff like what I've got. You are not one to shy away from a challenge, are you? If you were, for example, asked to retrieve a Loot Golem stone. A Loot Golem? Ah, I see. You want me to cram a giant stone into it and see if it can take the weight, right? Got it. Okay. Well, you'll be glad to hear the stone and the bag are both still in one piece. Wow, it really held up. Not bad for my first try, wouldn't you say so? Your first try? Oh, didn't I mention that? No, you didn't. And I actually thought you knew what you were doing. You are pretty old after all. Age is irrelevant. If you've got the skills... Anyway, that settles it. I'm going to set up shop right here making stowpacks. Age is irrelevant if you've got the skills, you're right. Just you wait. I'll make stowpacks like no one's ever seen before. Okay. Some building montage. The bag maker is preparing to open. Please show me your bags. Well, store packs and resource bags are kinda magical, I guess. You will be glad of them when you are out of pockets for all that treasure, mate. Besides, it's not like he was the only magic trader in town. Buy and upgrade resource bags and store perks, and make sure you stay well stocked on your adventures. Yes, please. Significantly increase the number of resources you can carry. Yes, please. How much space do I have now? It doesn't tell me. No. I guess I will find out later. Hey, you there. You didn't buy a book recently, did you? About the runes? A book? Can't say I did, why? I'm here to set up a rune shop, right? But I got robbed by bandits on the way here. They took a really important book. It's exceptionally rare too. A book of runic arts. I've heard gossip that it's been seen in the town. I wonder if it's already been bought and sold. I can't possibly open up a shop without it. I need to find out who has it and fast. A book of runic arts, huh? Can't think of anyone who would buy though. I will take a look around anyway. Okay. Okay, apparently I don't have lightweight lumber. Hey Aisha, have you bought any books lately? Books? Someone is looking for a really fancy book about the mystic arts of runes. It was stolen by bandits. Apparently it ended up here somehow, and she's worried someone might have bought it. That book was stolen? What do you mean, that book? I've been trying to learn about the Barrows, so I've also been reading a little about magic, and the runes were coming up a lot, so I bought it. But I had no idea it was stolen goods. Please, return it to its rightful owner. I've already finished it anyway. Okay. Well, let's just teleport. That's the wrong place. I found your book. Turned out, acting Mayor Isha was the one who bought it. She already finished it though, so here. Wonderful, thank you. Would you like a stamp? You said she read it? Huh, odd. It's enchanted, you see. I thought only sorcerers could read it. Interesting. Stamp received. The rune shop is preparing to open. If you want to equip rune to rune lances, you will have to synthesize them first. Keep in mind that the runes can only be used with rune lances in their level match. Okay. I see. I need to get azure crystals in order to destroy the other ones. Okay, but we can make this one. By equipping rune lenses, you can channel the power of elements into your attacks. Different runes will imbue the rune's lens with different effects. be sure to try out as many as you can. Right, so you can break down that Elementium pillar with these then. No, we need rune lens to channel its power. Got to keep looking around for now, I suppose. You mean right to the right? You mean the guy over here, standing waiting for me? Yeah, what can I do? Something the matter? Oh, hello, my name is Jorid. Hoping to open up a rune lens forge here in this town. A forge, like a place to enhance rune lenses? You are going to open a place like that in a town like this? Yes, well, unless I get my hands on a raw lens soon, perhaps I won't. I commissioned an adventurer to fetch one for me, but they have not returned. I'm having trouble finding someone else. You're in luck, Joerg. We just happen to have raw lenses on us right now. Truly? But I couldn't possibly ask. Exactly. You couldn't, mate. You know how much this thing is worth, don't we, CJ? That? It's not worth much to me. I said as much, didn't I? Besides, with forge like this here, I could probably get the treasure I really want. My word, if you would part with that, I would not forget such kindness. A raw lens is really all you need? Well, I would likely need a cradle for one that big. All I would need, and I would need materials to build it. I'm getting blind. Well, you are just full of demands, aren't you? I will have plenty of my own when this is all done, mate. And I will happily oblige. Alright, we'll go get what you need. Apparently I have everything. High level resources such as heavy stone can only be mined with high level tools. Tools such as axes, pickaxes, traps and fishing rods can be perched and leveled up at the tool shop. I'm back. A whole bunch of materials and one raw lens. I'm speechless. Such a large raw lens, such generosity. Now I can finally open my forge. Great. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this rune lens. Really? I won't claim it to be as valuable as the raw lens you have given me, but consider it proof of my appreciation. CJ, don't you dare turn that down. Thanks. It's time to proceed. Another building montage. The lens forge is preparing to open. CJ rune lens received. More backroom, more experience. Fortify your rune lenses here to equip higher level runes. Yes, I got a rune lens. All I have to do is equip the earth rune to it and then we can smash through that pillar. Not just that, it also gives us an advantage against water monsters. The monsters probably will get stronger the further down we go. Having the elements on our sides definitely won't hurt. Let's bring any rune lenses or lens fragments we find back here to make good use of them. Whatever you say, mate. But first, let's go take care of that aluminium pillar. By equipping runes, you can channel their magic energy to use magic attacks. Upgrading the lens forge will allow you to equip higher level runes. Rune lenses can only be imbued with the runes of their equivalent level or lower. Rune lenses can be leveled up at the lens forge. If a rune has been imbued into a rune lens, it can be equipped to a character. This can be done by navigating to the main menu as follows. Start equipment and selecting the rune length you wish to create. Elemental power can be channeled into attacks to runes. Be careful though, some enemies can also use this power. Each element has its own weakness. Earth against wind, wind against fire, fire against water, water against earth. Okay. Bronze ore and silver ore. Why don't I either? Can I also give it to this guy? No, only my main character can use it. Okay. So let's move to the plaza. Okay, we have one more to go. Louis in the second state.
How could I be so careless?
What's on?
Oh, hi, I'm Louis. I'm a sorcerer. Came here to have an accessory or two made by Squash, but... well, I seem to have dropped all my materials somewhere.
You want me to go look for them?
Wow, really? Thanks.
Okay. So, let's see. Couple in the quarry and a few in the forest. I think I need to go to the forest, right? In order to get some of the stuff. Okay. How much space do I have now? Let's see. Okay, so it doubled the space, so I now have 100. So it's not like super high, but it's really nice. Should be probably good for most of the level, I think. Yeah, probably for most of it. let's move to the lower area, and then I will make my way back up. Check out this area first. Okay, so this needs the ice one, which I don't have yet. Copy set. Hello, Wolfie. And ordinary ancient scan. Okay, this is air, so I can destroy that. Good, good. And it. Okay. Okay, another track. Let's see what this is. Health level 1 rune reserve. So now I have 2 of them. Okay. Yep, now I have 2 of them. I guess I can put it here. Okay, time to go back up. Okay. Fast travel. For escape. Okay. Let's finish our exploration. Oh, hello. Well, guess I found the bandits. Okay. Save. I think I have enough space, right? Yeah, I should have enough space. Hello, Trey. Still can't open that, because we need to come all the way around. And that's the fishing area. Let's go back. No, it wasn't the fish. I already have everything. Okay. Didn't catch anything. Well, okay then. Let's go ahead and hand in the quests. I think the lady was here, right? Yeah, there we go. Is this your journal? This is all they had on them. This is it. Oh, thank you, thank you. You sure it says... You sure? It says new Nevea defense plan on the cover. Well, I can't just write Viti's journal on it, can I? Everyone would want to read it. New Nevea defense plan. Isn't any better. I would say it's worse even. You should think of something else. Oh, I guess you're right. Thanks, CJ. Take a stand. I have a feeling that this is not a diary. What other quest do I have done? The inn expanding is done, and this lady is also done. Okay, so this one is here and the other one is in the other place. Delivery for Rajiv. You are one of a kind, CJ. With this, I can finally give more people a place to stay for the night. I will sleep better myself knowing that there is a reliable girl like you around here. Take a step. Stand for sale. The inn has a new store. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so next one is here, I believe. I think I found your spyglass. Oh my word, that's it. The great CJ lives up to her reputation after all. Here, have a stamp. Thanks, don't go losing it again now. Stamp or sale. Alright. Okay, let's see if we get any other side quests. Oh, on side.
Nope. Okay, cool. So let's go here for a second. See if I can get any of the upgrades. I can get level 2 traps. I need more lumber for that. This is not available. So I need more lumber. If I use that, the lumber is going to be even less. But it isn't like I can make lumber out of nothing. I will wait. I will wait because I'd rather get this one before I get this one. Maybe you got not available for purchase. What do you mean? It's in the shop. Will you try the lightweight number? No, I want to get lightweight number. No, I think I'm getting it. The wording is a bit messed up. I'll just do one for a second. Okay, yeah, so they give me lightweight nothing. So I'm getting that. Okay, now I don't have any money. Which is fine. Because I don't have lumber anyway. Okay. Let's go to base. Alright. Alright, so in the last session I finished most of my side quest, I want to say. Yeah, I finished most of my side quest. We need to go to the quarry to break the area that they told us to break and find the bronze ore and the whetstone, I guess. Both in the area that I unlocked and also the areas that I didn't unlock. Because I should be able to get bronze probably also from the other ones. I think. I don't know. I would like to think that I can. Yeah, nothing to take. Good. Okay. So let's just go to the quarry. I don't really have money or anything, so there isn't really anything to look at the shops either, so yeah. Let's just go right into it. Okay. Well, that was awful. Should probably smack the rocks at the very least. Well, I mean, I do have more space, so I can allow myself to explore this area slightly so I get some extra ores. Can always also backtrack, so it's fine. But let's go down. I'll come back here if I need to. Huge hole, but no silver or bronze or whatever. Okay, so healing potion level 2. Nice. Okay, got some bronze on. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Very nice. Is there something to climb on? Uh-huh. Let's touch it just yet. I'll be back into it in a second. Wait. For Spectre's earring, is that one of the loot ones? Mining skill level up. Increase the likelihood of mining skill, tier stone and ore. That's not a bad one to have. I mean, you know what? Let's press the strength. I don't need it. I do too much damage anyway. I rather focus on loot. I rather embrace my loot goblin self than do slightly more damage. Okay, whetstone received. Yeah, okay, I think we're done here. Okay, now we just need to explore everything else. Okay, so map. I didn't explore the upper area from the look of it, which means rather they are going to allow me to explore it. Also, hang on, I just remembered something. That's fine. Let's continue. Okay, so this is green, which means this is wind type probably. So we shall come back for that later. Probably ignore the monsters. What I'm looking for is mostly ore rather than monsters. Oh, he's alive. Okay. And up. Okay. I jumped into it. Is there something here? No, this is just a door point, okay. I do have boxes up here from what I saw. Okay. Okay, this is ice, which I still don't have. Maybe I can actually make it now because ice was the second element, and I believe no, the ice wanted a certain crystal type, right? I want some crystal that I don't have, so I probably need to unlock another area, something. Too slow. Okay, 10 more items. ice as well. And I'm out of stocks. So, time to drop items. Okay. That leads me to another area. Okay, this is fire. Okay. We have at least 4 items on the floor, so... And these are all ender crystals. Okay. And I won't save. I'm fine. I'll save later. Almost. Almost killed it in one shot. And that. Let's see if the bandits finally clear the area. Oh, nope. Well, I guess we are done here then. Let's see, what did they get? Usual, yeah, I need that. Nominal, giant stone, only one. I mean, this is not the stone air, so that's fine. Amber crystal. Yeah, only one type of crystal, from the look of it. Which means I probably won't be able to make the ice type stuff. Unless I can buy them, I should probably check out what the guy have in the shop. Received 1 minute. Nice. I believe the whetstone is here. The other one I'm not sure where it is. We are back. I will be taking that eastern treasure now. Thank you very much. Back already, eh? Splendid. Stamp and treasure, as promised. Alright, first time I've ever seen something from the East region before. I bet it's... what the... It's a gold. It's lucky, you know?
If you are given a gold, fortune is your reward, as we say in Eastridge. It can be used to store water or wine, if you prefer, or as a drum, or even a weapon, if you are desperate enough, haha. Some tales even tell of men who have managed to pull horses out of them. Really? Well, you would likely need a lot of training for that. Solitary confinement a touch, but anything is possible. Wow. It's yours now, enjoy. Unbelievable. Now that that's taken care of, go get your sword. Seen to it once, who knows when our bandit friends could strike again. Understood. But are you sure the bandits are our only enemy? What did he mean by that? Oi. Alright, that's enough. Can we just go? Before the bandits come back? I would like to do at least some treasure hunting today. Oh, I'd completely forgotten. Let's go back to the menhir at the farm. Let's go. No way to search the Runebarrows. Hey, you there? Any idea where I would find Goche? Or Getcho? Nope. Where could it be? I've put so much effort into collecting these signatures. Signatures? Yes, I'm Gerard, an advocate for lowering the explorer's tax. To that end, I've been collecting signatures for a petition. Oh, that's a great idea. Can I sign too? You can, but unless I find Goche and hand it to him, it might as well be a blank page. I will go look around for him. Oh goodness, I can't shriek my responsibility. It's fine. You just need to give it to him, right? Okay, let's see. We have that, and we have that. This one is in the second street, this one is in the residential district. Also, I need to find where is the guy that I finished the quest for this located. Hey, you there? Me here? Sorry to ask, but would you mind picking up my sharpened knife over at Tatara's? Say the name Bretta, and he will know what you are there for. Oh, sure, no problem. I don't see anything in particular. Goche, the Outlanders have signed a petition for you. A petition? I'm guessing you're just a delivery girl then? Let me see. Oh, did you already know about it? Knew about it, it was my idea. Huh? I don't make the rules about taxation here. That is Isha's job. Then my job is to keep the Outlanders happy. I suspect they've got more on their minds than they are telling us. Particularly those who have written their names here. Wow, you think of everything, don't you? Hi Tata, came here to pick up a knife for a lady named Bretta. Huh? You did?
Yeah, she asked me to swing by and get it.
You probably shouldn't get involved there, but meh. Here it is.
Thank you. Well, I have the material, I just don't have the money. I do have the money for that one. Unlocks charge jumps. Unlock air step. Oops, I have my money. Even though I do need more air steps. Okay. I got the materials you lost.
Thanks a lot, you are a star.
Stamp passive. Why are all the stamps crooked? It's very distracting.
Nah, I don't get it.
What's up?
I've been trying to brew a potion that captures the essence of how monsters pack such a punch, but I can't get my head around it. I will need to get up close and personal with the slime to figure out what makes them so special. You want some help? Would you mind? You are my hero. Hehe, I've still got it.
Okay.
Sorry it took so long, but here you go. Wow, you actually did it. With this I can learn how to make fortifying potions. So if you will sign here, I will get you that sample. Or that I will get you that stem. Sign? Well, sure, I guess. First time I've had to sign for a stem though. Is this a new rule? Thanks, and no rules. This is proof that everyone's favorite adventurer, CJ, currently contributed to this new potion. The last one you sampled for me sold out in minutes. I'm betting this will do. Nah, I don't get it. Pretty convincing performance, won't you say? Good. Oh. Okay. New stuff. Healing level 2. Okay, okay. Nice. I need lightweight lumber. Okay. I could change the thing for crystals, but nah, it's not worth it. Yeah, I'm missing silver. But that's not the biggest issue. This is the biggest issue. Azure crystals. Not able to get this. I would love another backup then.
Plaza. I handed over the petition. Oh, thank you. Gotcha told me it was his idea. Huh, I told you I should have taken it myself. Got your sharpened knife oil. Oh, great. Thanks a bunch, yes. This should do nicely. You planning on cutting up something big then? You could say that. I will have to catch him first though. He wasn't always like this, you know. Here, have a stamp and be on your way.
Thank you.
Okay, so according to all of that, I should be good. So they just want me to go into the Runebarrows. We venture deeper into the Barrows than ever before, but eventually hit a dead end. Luckily, we found another menhir. Where will this one take us though? So that's what he meant by saying I can take whatever I want. Interesting. Okay, let's say... not chat. Lightning monsters appear. Airtone won't do you no good against them. Okay. Okay, let's continue. So about that, I had to move my fan for the kind of bothering me. Yeah, okay. They told me to come here, but apparently not this way. Oh, I forgot. Okay. I forgot that I can store that. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. A dead end, eh? Another Menhir. Think we can use it? Only one way to find out. Make with the rune lens already. You are not nervous? No. We got lucky last time and ended up near enough to... Wait, what? We got lucky last time and ended up near enough to town. No idea where this one will take us though. That's part of the fun though, isn't it? Fun, huh? Getting dropped in the ocean or head first into a rock doesn't sound like my idea of fun. You're a scavenger, ain't you? Can't you scavenge around and find like a hidden bridge or something? There's got to be a safer way to somewhere, no? A safer way to somewhere. Always take the path. Always take the path of most resistance. That's what my family says. Thanks a lot, Hogan. Fine. Fine. Anything beats being roast at this rate. That's the spirit, I think. Onward. Okay, time for this content. Okay. Well, snow. Cold. I don't do well in the cold. Go look. We can see New Neva from here. All right. That's one takes to us. This one takes us to a snowy mountain. Got it. Let's go. Not a chance. There must be a reason this menhir was put here. There could be a hidden entrance to the Barrows around somewhere. Let's take a look. Hurry it up then. A snow-capped mountain which towers over New Neva. Creatures with the power of eyes calls this frozen landscape home, ready to freeze any and all who dare to trespass. Okay. Alright, so what are we doing here? For a second I thought the freezing thing was a hobby. I don't know why, I just did. Come on. Come on. Okay. One thing I can say for certain, I'm definitely getting tired. I noticed that. Icefall, huh? Seems solid. Think you could break it open, girl? You can try. Sure. It's too cold. My hands are numb. Sorry. Maybe I will just melt if we light a fire. Maybe it will just melt if we light a fire. You know, if there is a magic girl, if that magic girl was here, she might be able to do something about it. She might be able to blow it open. Of course, Marino. Let's go back and see if she will help. Good call. Let's get back before I freeze that. The search for magical girl. Okay, I need to adjust my sitting. I'm falling asleep. Hold on. Okay, let's stay awake. Is there any loot I can collect? Anything at all. Oh, okay, so this is the area that I was in earlier. But that's weird, I didn't really walk to this area. I guess it just got me there? Either that or I walked in my sleep or something, I don't know. But I don't remember walking to this entire area. Okay, I guess we're living there. Okay, this is the new one. I was confused for a second. Is there someone over there? Lance Bennett back again? I don't think so. Is he dancing? What the? Looks like someone from Universe. Why would he be here? Though, did he get trapped in the explosion maybe? What are you asking before? Ask him. Hey, you over there. The way out is this way. He doesn't seem to go. He ran off. Maybe he didn't hear me. Oh yeah, dude. Who wouldn't hear you holler like that? Maybe you just found something back there. Alone? With fins around? While dancing? Why do you keep asking me? I don't know. He didn't seem too bothered, did he? I suppose. Maybe he found some treasure and he was just happy, really happy about it. Anyway, stay focused. We have to find that magic kid and get air to blow open the walls before the bandits come back. You're right. No time to worry about it now. Let's go get Melor. Go back and find Melor. Go back where? In Outlander Lane, apparently. I'm going to save just in case. Hey, Koche. You haven't seen Melor anywhere, have you? Melor? She went down into the Barrows with a pack of adventurers. She what? A bunch of them ventured down to clear the rubble. From the entrance, Melor felt her magic might be useful, so she tugged along. Redemption is at the end for Melor, ardent defender of love and justice. She said, then she ran off. Well, if there's anyone who could make light walk of them rocks, it's her. Rocks? Of course, if she blasts through it with a bunch of adventurers in tow,
they will get to the menhir first. Do you know any other sorcerers? No. I would like to spend. I would. Do I look like I would? Wait. Do I look like I would spend any more time around brats like that? Then I absolutely had to. You would think a mercenary would have more friends. We wouldn't be in this mess if you could say no to stamps. What are you doing here? Seems like these here are in the market for a sorcerer. Care to lend them a hand? The acting mayor can use magic? No way. I told him to keep it quiet. Did you see? This old man of mine must be starting to show its age. It is true. I can use magic. Unfortunately, I know not from where I got the gift. But a truly rarity. This one, born with it. Gotcha. Sorry. I cannot quite control it, so whatever it is you need, I can't guarantee that I will be helpful. You were born with it? I didn't know it was possible for humans to use magic without lenses. I never heard of it either. She's not a monster or something, is she? A monster is fine too. We just need someone to get through that wall before Melo and others can beat us to the lands. I'm not a monster. Please help us. We really need your help. What you need is some manners. Look, we don't need you to do anything crazy. Just come with us to the teleport set stone to the snow peak and use your magic to blow open an ice wall. That's it. I'm sorry, but as acting mayor of this town, I cannot be seen to be playing favorites with visiting adventures. Who is going to tell them? Not me. I'm afraid I must remain impartial. Okay. About we agree to pay 50... Which one? Okay. How about we agree to pay 50% explorer tax? Wait, shut up, don't. 70. 55. 65. 60. Done. I will help you. I appreciate your generosity and your tax money. Great, I think. No, not great, mate. Very much to the opposite of great. Well, what the other option was there? We can't do anything without a sorcerer anyway. Grr. I'm quite sure you will find enough treasure to make it worth your while. If you didn't, well, that will be unfortunate for you. Too unfortunate, perhaps. Should you fail to find anything valuable, let's just keep it at 30%. How benevolent of you. You're acting, Mayoress. Let's go get back inside. Them berries to the what? Well, let's go back inside them Barrows to the menhir at the farm. Okay. Isha has joined the party. Isha is in skill. Isha can teleport upward at will. Very useful maneuver, and whoever avoids it. No. A very useful maneuver for evading enemy strike in battle. Breaking the ice. Break down the wall on Snow Peak. Let me see. Where is... Okay. Am I going in circles or am I clicking on the wrong thing? What's going on? A bunch more side quests. Ooh. Okay. Residential district. Let's go to the residential district. Alright, so let's see. Got forest, quarry, mine from bronze or in the quarry. Mine usual or in the quarry. Obtain yellow shimmering blue light from the quarry. Okay, I see. God, I'm tired. I think I might not be able to do it if I'm going to stream, because it's very hard for me to stay awake when my room is this hot. That's annoying. Well, I'm going to try a bit more, I guess. Let's try a bit more. If I can do it, then we'll call it for the day, and I might do another late stream. But for now, I'm going to try to push myself a bit more. Say, Sarita,
were you able to come up with the new dishes at the end? One or two, yeah. Most of them called for fancy equipment I don't have though. So I've decided I would like to upgrade this place. Don't suppose I can count on you for help, pet? Of course you can. What do you need? First thing first, we will have to expand the cooking space. Could I trouble you to gather up the materials for that? No trouble at all. Okay, so she wants lightweight lumber. Okay, meaning go with the forest. Still hammering away, I see. Oh hey, CJ. Hey, I haven't stopped hammering in days. Getting so many orders, I can barely keep up. That said, seems like the monster situation is getting worse and worse. Been working on swords day in and out. Or day and night, I guess. Thanks again. Thanks again? That's great. It certainly is not my blood. It certainly is not. My blood keeps coming back chipped. Not exactly the mark of a good smithy. I don't suppose you would help me out? I'm sure there are some better iron deeper into the core. Can shut down the shop to get it done. Say no more, we will go digging right away. I mean, all depth, so we can just have it. So to keep you waiting, Tatara, think this stuff will do? Wow, it will do nicely. That's some mighty fine iron, alright. Looks like I sent the right girl for the job, huh? Here, let me give you a sample. Let me give you a stamp. Why do I keep seeing sample as stamp? I have no idea. The smithy has a new stock. I think I will wait. CJ, could I trouble you for a moment of your time? Me? Sure, yes. Have I heard correctly that you often lend a helping hand to the denizens of this fair town? Denizens? Well, yeah, I suppose I do. Then perhaps you would like to do the same for me. Establishing my store here was a fine idea. No doubt about that. I am fortunate. But my last door... no wait. No doubt about it. I am fortunate that my door has not yet swung off its hinges. I should like to expand my display shelves, but lack the material to do so. If it is not too much to ask, if it's not too much trouble, no trouble at all. You have my card too. What? Okay. Hey there, CJ. You headed down the quarry by any chance? I sure am. I tried to get down there at least once a day. Then you've seen that lady lookout down there, I take it?
She was pretty mad at me back when I tried to get into a license last time. What lady? I'm not surprised. Well, to apologize, I wanted to give her something, but just realized I have no idea what she likes. Sandwiches. Sandwiches? Yep, she's hungry young woman. Had me bring her food before too. In that case, would you mind giving one to her for me? Make sure you get her. Make sure you tell her it's from Alain. Sure, I will let you know what she says. Please. Squash. Hello, Squash. Is everything okay with your shop? The shop is fine, which is precisely the problem. Fine is simply not good enough. I should like to expand my offerings. To that end, I must increase my storage facilities. Shelters won't help, I think. So, do you need materials? You could just say so, you know. Leave it to me. I will do just that. Okay. I'm going here. Okay, like I said, I'm following the stick too much. So it's not going to be a good experience. So sorry about that. I tried, but it's too hard for me to do it when I'm that sleepy. So let us just wrap it up. Alright, so thank you for watching, thank you for hanging out, and thank you for getting company. But that will be it for now.